Well, good morning, hello, and welcome to Teesside. Hope you've had a lovely Christmas and are gearing up for a new year. But more important things are at hand right now because it's time for our 2025 annual O-Plate meeting. Bambinos are on track for their first race of the day, qualifying yesterday, setting the grid. We've got one Mighty and two Comas, and then we'll head to our cadet classes as Ayrton Tennant and Logan Grassi switch places for a second time. Grassi leading the early part of this race with Tennant finding a way through on the previous lap. So he's shown as our leader on timing, but Logan Grassi's managed to find a way back through in that Coma, and he will lead us round hairpin number 3 in this 8-minute plus 1 lap opening heat. 2 heats and a final for each of our classes today. Qualifying yesterday, which has been a different format for our senior classes who normally have a random grid. That's because they normally have 3 heats with a front, a middle and a back start each. Can't really do that when you've got 2 heats because some people will end up with a front and a back, and then some people will end up with 2 middles. So we go to a qualifying format for the winter series. So we'll run you through the grids for each of our classes when the time comes, but Grassi now beginning to open up a bit of a gap to Ayrton Tennant, who, as I mentioned, had led a portion of this race, but Grassi pulling away down that back straight towards the South Bank corner. That camera will come online shortly as well. It's currently held static, so we are picking up the carts heading through that camera shot, but that will become manned shortly and ahead of our cadet race. Races starting. We've got a Micro Max grid and a Honda grid. They'll be split. Then we've got an Intergrid, which is a merged grid of Inter Rotax and Honda R200, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, and then a merged grid of Senior and Junior Pro Cart, which is going to be quite the sight. We've got 33 of those with the Juniors. I'm just going to confirm Juniors going off the back of the Seniors, I believe. Whereas when we were at Rowra a few weeks ago for the first instalment, it was raining, so the Juniors were towards the front because they get the wet tyre where the Seniors don't, but should be everybody on slicks today. The forecast, while overcast, is looking dry throughout our race day here today. There's Logan Grassi on screen in the number 28, his Ayrton Senna replica helmet, paying homage to his fellow countrymen as he makes his way round the hairpin 3 and 4 complex. Just beyond half race distance we go for Grassi. Takes another 10th off his personal best lap time and sets the fastest lap of the race with that 1 minute .872 gap going out lap on lap now, and is almost up to 5 seconds to Ayrton Tennant. Jake Wynn in 3rd place in the number 66 machine. Just crossing the timing line now. With the current best of just under a 1:07, so very consistent at the moment for Wynn. So he continues his ascension in the Bambino class. Looks like he's got a new colour scheme on the cart as well for the driver of the 66 as we follow the 48 of Ayrton Tennant round the long looping bend of South Bank. So takes a nice line through them 2 corners, maybe a little bit wide on the exit and hugging the right hand side on exit of hairpin number 4, but fundamentally keeping the power up on these Coma engines. A little bit different for the Mighty. They do have a more instantaneous power output than what the Comas do. The Coma very much needs to be the throttle feathered, and the driver generally trying to just keep the speed up by going round the outside or round the mid part of the corner, keeping the revs high on the smaller engines. So down under the 2 minute mark, so we should have 3 laps to go because Grassi will trip the timing line at around about 1 minute and 45 remaining. So but Again, his personal best coming down, the fastest lap of the race, that 1 minute .410 will not beaten this time, and that's the first time that he hasn't gone faster than his previous lap, so looks like he's now just settled into that nice rhythm. He's got a gap of 9.7 seconds for Logan Grassi. So we follow Jake Wynn in that number 66 machine around hairpin number 4. Up and over the timing line. Just having a quick look. I think it's looks very red, the colour scheme with the black, white and red, but I think on the camera, but I think out the window it's got an orange tint to that reddish colour. 55 on the clock. Grassi will cross the line shortly to commence what will be his penultimate lap with 48 seconds on the clock, so that will elapse as he comes round hairpin 3 and 4 next time round, and then he'll receive the final lap board on the overhead gantry. Start pulling up the grid for the next race of the day. The time does indeed now elapse down to that 0 as Logan Grassi makes his way around hairpin number 4. Final lap board is indeed highlighted on the overhead gantry for Logan Grassi as he comes through to start what will now be his final lap. He loops round the national loop for the final time, up and through the chicanes up towards hairpin number 1 for Logan Grassi. He's got this one comfortable now, just has to keep the kart facing forwards. It's just a test for him to remain focused as he heads down the back straight towards South Bank for what will be the final time for Logan Grassi in this opening race of the day. Ayrton Tennant, our sole mighty contender, went with him at the start, but once the temperature came into the engine of the Coma aboard Logan Grassi's number 28, he just drove away into the distance. The gap, 15.6 seconds on the previous lap. Logan Grassi comes through to win the opening race of the day in our Bambino class, heading Coma. Out of hairpin number 4, though, comes Ayrton Tennant in the number 48 machine. He will be our winner in Mighty. Second place then for Ayrton Tennant, with Jake Wynn will come round in third place. He's currently just making his way round the South Bank corner there. You can just see the helmet popping out from behind the tyre wall as he loops round the long sweeping right-hander at the far end of the circuit. So Jake Wynn will make his way through, take the checkered flag and finish in third place in our Bambino class. So thank you for those that have joined us on what is an unexpected Monday morning of racing, with the O-Plate meeting always sort of falling on the 28th, 29th. Plenty of action if you are local to Teesside, and in the next couple of days here at Teesside Autodrome. Tomorrow Moped Mayhem is on with an endurance race with many mopeds. I think entries last time I looked was around about 45. I'll have a quick look at the entry list now for Moped Mayhem tomorrow. 58 entries of pit bikes and various other machinery, which will provide a huge amount of entertainment for those that want to come down and watch from the bank here at Teesside. We've got drifting on New Year's Day as well, or New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. I'll have a quick check on the entry for that. That'll be drifting cat. New Year's Day or New Year's Eve? New Year's Eve for drifting. So if you're local and want to see if you can spot cars through a plume of tyre smoke, feel free to come down and watch that as well. We move on then to our next class, which will be our Rotax Micro class. Qualifying yesterday saw Ellis Holt on pole position for Rotax Micro. We'll have a quick check run through their grid in a moment. There's your result from Bambino with Logan Grassi, Ayrton Tennant and Jake Wynn on the screen. Grid then for our Rotax Micro class. Ellis Holt on pole position yesterday by over a quarter of a second from George Allison, Matty Smith and Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. Row number 2, Archie Mostyn, who moves up out of Bambino, starts P5 with Daniel Thompson for company, Tyler Grufferty. The final runner of the 7 yesterday. Just need to get this pace slowed down for our leader. Might just get there, as it didn't look like they were going to be into formation as they came around hairpin 4, but Holt slowed them down nicely. It's with the start of the green flag is in the air. The green is down. We are away and racing. Holt didn't get away particularly well. Looked like he powered down and oiled up ever so slightly. The kart just didn't respond to the application of the throttle, and it's George Allison who's moved into the lead on this opening lap. Allison leads from Holt. Then it's the 39 of Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. Daniel Thompson with a good start has moved himself up into what appears to be 4th place, although he's about to have that removed from him by the 81 of Matty Smith as they run down the back straight, and Smith is through up into 4th place. And then we've got, driver wide and looks like beached on the outside of South Bank. The kart up and is in the grass, and the kart is stuck on the outside. I believe that to be Tyler Grufferty in the 30. Indeed it is. So kart just on the outside. We'll cover that under a yellow flag at the moment as they come over the timing line at the end of lap number 1. George Allison leads from Ellis Holt. Eleanor Shelby Parsonage in 3rd place, pulling a gap away from Matty Smith at the moment. Then it's going to be Daniel Thompson, Archie Mostyn in the 17 as Tyler Grufferty gets going again with the assistance of the marshal down at the far end of the circuit at South Bank. But Allison leads from Holt. Holt the pole man yesterday by, as I said earlier, a quarter of a second, but now with a little bit of work to do in the orange helmet and the sky blue suit. As Allison gets a little bit of oversteer, that'll put Holt slightly on the outside. Looked like he was going to try and drive around the outside, but slots back in. And as the fastest lap of the race goes to Parsonage in 3rd place, and she takes 0.2 of a second nearly out of this leading duo. And with the pace from qualifying, you can't help but feel here that if Ellis Holt can find a way through, he is going to be able to move away at the front. But at the moment, the 2 of them at the front squabbling over this lead is backing themselves into the 39 of Parsonage in 3rd place. Smith managed to find that way through up into 4th place, and looks like we could have had to change for the lead there down the inside, door closed by George Allison, who took a wider line, which gave the impression that Ellis Holt was going to come down the inside. Let's see what the gap is back to 3rd place, because I get the feeling that Parsonage, who was 7/10 off on the previous lap, may well be closer. Falls away ever so slightly, but certainly coming out of hairpin number 4, looked to have drawn up onto this duo at the front as Holt now sticks the nose down the inside of Allison. Through he goes down into hairpin number 1. Great overtake by Ellis Holt. Holt now will lead us down the back straight as Parsonage goes wide out of hairpin 2. Again, looked like she closed up a little bit, but then found the rumble strip on the outside. Holt now leading us round. Looks like they may well catch some traffic before the end of this race, as Grufferty did spend 3/4 of the opening lap off track down the far end of the circuit at South Bank. So Holt from Allison and Parsonage are your top three. Matty Smith, fourth place. Daniel Thompson, personal best for Archie Mostyn and Tyler Grufferty on that previous lap. So, thought Holt would have, the pace that he was showing early doors for Ellis Holt, I thought he was going to start pulling away, but George Allison doing a superb job sticking with Ellis Holt. Eleanor Shelby Parsonage in that third place, not falling back either. All three of them setting personal best. Fastest lap of the race by Ellis Holt with a 48.512. Traffic in front of them in due course, and it's going to be where they catch that traffic is going to be the important factor here. Because if it's round the through the D chicane National Loop and through the Wiggles section, it's going to be play into the hands, I think, of Parsonage, who may well use that opportunity to close right up. Although I do feel that Grufferty may well get round that section, and it may well come as they go round hairpin number 2 and down onto the back straight. So I'm not sure it's going to come into play. Holt has visibly moved away, but on the previous lap it was George Allison with the fastest lap of the race, and he was a tenth quicker than Ellis Holt. But Holt's now going to benefit from a little bit of slipstream down this back straight if he can take advantage. But now as they head up towards the South Bank corner, wide goes Grufferty as he sees the blue flag. Through goes Ellis Holt, and now he's put a little bit of a cushion between himself and George Allison. Allison's going to have to try and find the way through the traffic here, because it may well allow Eleanor Shelby Parsonage to close up. Through goes Allison. Parsonage will have to be patient and wait until after the D chicane, as at the front Ellis Holt opens up the gap on that previous lap by around about 0.8 of a second, using the traffic in front to full effect. Now he has got a comfortable gap at the front of this rate. Holt from Allison, Shelby Parsonage with Smith, Thompson, Mostyn and Grufferty. Minute and 37 on the clock then. Currently lapping in the 48, so roughly a minute and 35, so they'll cross the line at 1:28. 3 laps to go in this Micro Max opening heat of the day. Top two, again, very evenly matched on lap times, but it's just the way that the race has panned out with a little bit of traffic has allowed Ellis Holt to move away in that 2-lap period from George Allison, who's certainly got enough pace to trouble Ellis Holt throughout the race day today. Top 3 all looking comfortable as they cross the line. Equidistance between them, around about 1.5 seconds between the 3 of them. 1.5 back to Allison, another 1.1 back to Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. Matty Smith comfortable in 4th place. He's got a second gap back to the 72 of Daniel Thompson, having found the way through on the opening lap on the run down towards South Bank that put him up into that 4th place in front of Thompson. Mostyn, as he moves out of Bambino into the much more powerful Micro, bearing in mind that only 2 months ago he was doing lap times at 1 minute. Now he's doing lap times over 10 seconds faster. It is a massive jump out of Bambino into the cadet ranks. So Ellis Holt then will lead us round. He's seen the last lap board, so as he goes round hairpin 1 and 2, he's half a lap from home in this first race for our micros. Down the back straight he goes from George Allison, and to turn the screw even more, Ellis Holt pumps in the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap, heading towards the low 48s with a 48.194. Out of hairpin number 4 though he will come, running the E-plate as the East of England champion. Through he comes, Ellis Holt takes the victory in the first race of micro from George Allison and Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. Matty Smith will cross the line in 4th place, just behind Tyler Gruffity, who will finish a lap down after the opening lap visit up the grass at South Bank. Daniel Thompson and Archie Mostyn will complete your runners in micro. Thank you to those that have joined us on the live stream. Thank you very much for those that have got in touch. Angie Folkus saying good morning. AFF Motorsport saying evening all, 8:45 p.m. here. So take a massive guess at Australia, New Zealand sort of area, but please do let me know. And Anders dad and lad, who's taken time out of spannering his son's kart. Jake Anders will be out in junior Rotax in number 53 later on this morning. He's taken time away from putting the wheels on that kart to send a message in. And thank you very much for joining us, both in the paddock, on the PA, and live on TSK-Media. Do give us the stream a like. Do give us a subscribe as well. If you want to press the bell notification, that would be great. What happens then is that every time we go live, be that with karting, be that with drifting, be that with bikes across the TSK platform, you will get a notification. You won't miss out on any of the action. Talking of action, next up it's going to be Honda Cadet for their race. 13 karts on the grid for Honda this weekend. Pole position yesterday was a very tight affair. Daniel Ziad on his final lap put in the pole time of 47.528. He was 200ths of a second faster than Sebastian McCarthy, who we can no longer really refer to as a surprise package in Honda Cadet. He's going to be one of the drivers, in my opinion, challenging for the championship in 2026 in Honda Cadet is Sebastian McCarthy. Best finish so far in this class at the final round of the season, last season in second place, having podiumed early doors as well. He's one to watch. Abel Hutton, who was on pole position for one of the rounds of the double-header between rounds 8 and 9. He will start on in 3rd place. He's got Luca Bicocci alongside him, the Scotsman, Aston Wilson, Tommy Burgoyne on row number 3, Oliver Bullock, Calais Tennant row 4, with Reggie Cook and Jacob McDonald on row 5. Andrew McCrossan starts 11th, Edward Charlton and the debutant Lily Moore in the number 26 will start in P13. You might notice something a little bit different for the Winter Series. We're going with a rolling start as they make their way round up towards the timing line. We are away and racing, and I don't think we are. No, we're not. It's a false start, so the flag will meet them at the first corner. It did look like McCarthy was slightly ahead, albeit only fractionally at the start. They're going to slow them down nicely, and just checking numbers, we appear to be down a driver. There's only 12. I think we're missing Lily Moore. Did we not? No, she's not out there at the moment. 12 triggered the timing line. 13 qualified yesterday. So we've got the false start flag. We're going to regrid up and head round again with Daniel Ziad leading us round. Sebastian McCarthy alongside on the outside of the front row. So they'll be told to slow down coming out of hairpin 4. Ziad will control the pace. The briefing notes this morning were 2 false starts. We'll let you go on the 3rd and then we'll penalise you. Second time of asking. We are away and racing. It's been a good start by Bicocci as he tries to move across and make his way through. Ziad carried all the speed and too much into the first corner. Goes wide and down the inside goes Sebastian McCarthy. He leads them from Daniel Ziad. And then the 10 of Luca Bicocci. Abel Hutton. Tommy Burgoyne moves up from 6th place into 5th on the opening lap. He's got Aston Wilson just behind him. And then the 44 of Calais Tennant, who moves out of Bambino into Honda. He's chased by Oliver Bullock and then Reggie Cook down the back straight with Andrew McCrossan, Jacob McDonald and Edward Charlton. So out of hairpin 4 for the first time. Wide goes McCarthy. Doesn't carry a huge amount of speed either with that. And whilst he had 2 or 3 kart lengths, now he's got Daniel Ziad glued to his rear bumper. Up and through the DCK then for the first time. McCarthy, Ziad, Bicocci, your top 3. And they are starting to move away from the next 3 of Hutton, Burgoyne and Aston Wilson. Wilson very late on the brakes into hairpin number 1. I'd be interested to see, if he didn't have the other 2 karts in front of him, how much further he could go. But that's a driver that appears to have found a chunk of confidence, whether that was on the Christmas list. But Aston Wilson carrying speed into hairpin number 1 and looked very, very comfortable and running up in 6th place at the moment, as once again McCarthy struggling out of hairpin number 4. Ziad thinking can maybe go round the outside. Bicocci though with all the pace, the fastest driver though Tommy Burgoyne, and this train of karts in 4th, 5th and 6th are starting to edge their way, albeit early in this race, back towards this leading trio. McCarthy with a big look over the shoulder, but Ziad at the moment has got more than enough pace, and you could see him using the slipstream to tow up onto the back of McCarthy. Let's see how McCarthy handles hairpin number 4. Looks steady, but then he's very wide round 3, and the back end of that kart looking incredibly loose at the moment. That's a much better line on exit, but it's the hairpin 3 that's compromising his run towards hairpin 4. Now, whether that's just too much speed on the way in, just needs to get the kart planted and rotated. Sacrifice hairpin 3 where you can, it's only minimal gains. Hairpin 4, however, you can make big gains on exit because then you're on the power for around about 10 seconds up towards that D chicane. McCarthy from Ziad. Ziad with the fastest lap. No changes down the order. Everybody still as they were, but some good battles going on, particularly heading up towards South Bank. We've got Oliver Bullock alongside Calais Tennant, and down the inside, Tennant keeps his foot in. Bullock off the throttle, and that allows Calais Tennant to hold on to position. So now we've pretty much split into Noah's Ark. It's 2 by 2 by 2 as Abel Hutton has caught up onto the back of Luca Bicocci for 3rd place. Tommy Burgoyne and Aston Wilson are going to battle it out over P5. Then behind them another duo, as we mentioned earlier on, of Calais Tennant and Oliver Bullock as a 2. There's only Reggie Cook at the moment who doesn't have anybody to play with. Needs to either catch up to the 2 in front, which it looks like he is doing, as Bullock has gone wide at hairpin number 1 and has fallen back ever so slightly, but Cook will be able to catch up, I think. Where was he last time? Fell away slightly in terms of time, and now it looks like Bullock has caught back up once again to Calais Tennant down the far end of the circuit. Half race distance for our leaders as they cross the timing line. Still no change. Ziad biding his time at the moment, it seems. Hasn't tried a move on Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy hasn't really given him a sniff either. Again, McCarthy wide at hairpin 3. 3 minutes on the clock. Again, the top two split by 3 thousandths of a second in terms of lap time, and 800ths of a second on timing, which is pretty much what nose to tail is. But McCarthy clips the curb on the inside of hairpin number 2, and if ever there was a time for Ziad just to drive down the inside, that would have been it. McCarthy having to defend. Ziad in the 15 all over the back of Sebastian McCarthy, but not really trying too much to try and find a way through here on McCarthy. Two and a half on the clock. May well get round for 5 laps. Think it may well be 4. Down the inside goes Abel Hutton, though, for 3rd place. You just saw him on the right-hand side of the camera there. Hutton through, and it looks like we could even have a change for the lead. Ziad getting a good run at hairpin 2, but then being closed off by Sebastian McCarthy. So door closed by McCarthy. Bacocci's found a way back through on Abel Hutton. But Hutton's going to come back at him at hairpin number 4. The battle for second, the second battle for 3rd place is going on here. Bacocci's back round the outside and retakes the position. Comes through in that 3rd place. That has allowed Tommy Burgoyne and Aston Wilson to close up, with these two squabbling over position. Behind them, Calais Tennant is still holding off Oliver Bullock. Reggie Cook hasn't been able to close up. And then there's a great battle of 3 going on between McCross and McDonald and Charlton over 10th place as well. Ziad is through for the lead then on Sebastian McCarthy. So Ziad, who has been content to push, but feels probably just got to cut the cart a little bit more planted than what Sebastian McCarthy's got, who appears to be okay around the first part of the lap, but then seems to be struggling, particularly around hairpin 3, with getting the rear end of that cart planted and lining himself up for hairpin number 4, though. Battle for 3rd place, though, is getting quite spicy now. We've got 4 carts all together. Okay. Down the back straight, we're just having a bit of an issue internally with the communications between the commentary box and our camera ops, hence why we'll just stick, I think, with this lead battle, albeit we're heading on to the last lap anyway. Abel Hutton is up into 3rd place, so if they're not on camera, you'll just have to trust me to try and pick up as Bacocci wide round the National Loop corner, and I think that might have been the cart behind him giving him a little bit of assistance. Abel Hutton was already through and up into 3rd place. It was Tommy Burgoyne at the time that was behind Luca Bacocci. That's allowed Aston Wilson to move up into what will be his best Honda Cadet finish to date. He's up into 4th place. The lead battle, though, between Ziad and McCarthy. McCarthy's all over the back, and McCarthy's going to try and move down the inside of Ziad into hairpin number 4. Ziad rides it out and through. Daniel Ziad will come through to win heat number 1 in Honda from Sebastian McCarthy. Abel Hutton 3rd place, Aston Wilson P4, Tommy Burgoyne and Luca Bacocci are in 5th and 6th, with Calais Tennant holding off Oliver Bullock to the line. Tennant in 7th, Bullock 8th, Reggie Cook, and then this battle that's been going on the entire race, Andrew McCrossan from Jacob McDonald and Edward Charlton in 10th, 11th and 12th respectively. So next race up will be a merge grid of Inter Rotax and Honda R200. We'll run you through the grid shortly. Thank you very much for AFF Motorsport for confirming not only his identity but also his location. Mick Burke, who joins us for many of our streams from Bathurst. And Will Blackshaw getting in touch as well, saying good luck to Sebastian McCarthy, cheering you on from work. And then getting in touch again, saying good luck to Team Davidson into Max today, Top Mechanic Ian Davidson. And then some reference to square sausage, which I'm assuming is a Scottish delicacy. So if any of our Scottish friends want to get in touch and confirm why your sausages are square, feel free to let me know. Let's have a quick look then at our grid for our Inters. Hamish Gordon was on pole position yesterday. He set the time that was a half a tenth faster than Aaron Rigg. So it'll be Hamish Gordon and Aaron Rigg on the front row. Logan Jones and Drew Davidson on row number 2. Noah Wicklow moving out of micro and into Inter for the first time. Starts in P5 alongside Buddy Hugo. Max Hall and James Darling are in front of Florence Walkington. She wasn't out for practice this morning, so we'll see whether the 124 machine is out. Then we've got our Honda R200. Tom Nichols on pole position yesterday was a quarter of a second faster than Albie Cam, who did have some engine problems throughout the day in the number 34, and then the number 11 of Ronnie Harrer. So they're making their way out as expected. There is the 124. Florence Walkington is with us. So no 3-lap warm-up this morning to get the eye in. She will be straight into the race this morning. So Hamish Gordon getting them slowed down very, very early down that back straight. So our Inters won't have had a huge amount of time to get heat into the tyres with how quickly they've been slowed up. So Gordon clearly confident on the cold tyre. So they make their way up and round hairpin number 4. The 3 Honda R200s will go off around about 10 seconds behind. They're already gridding up and into a nice formation. Hamish Gordon then will bring us round for the start of this one. Nice and slow up towards the acceleration cone. Power down. We're away and racing at the first time of asking. Gordon will lead them. No, he won't. He got an initial first launch, but then it's Logan Jones down the inside. And Jones off the second row will lead us round as Honda R200 get going as well. Ronnie Harrer on the inside from third place. Looked like he was going to make a move down the inside of Albie Cam, but couldn't. Hamish Gordon's going to retake the lead as he down the back straight. He gets the switch back on Logan Jones, and indeed does. Hamish Gordon then from Logan Jones. Aaron Rigg has fallen back off the outside of the front row into 5th place. He's currently behind Noah Wicklow, who is up into 4th place. That means we've got Drew Davidson in 3rd place. So we'll confirm the full running order as they head up towards the timing line. It's going to be Gordon from Jones, with Buddy Hugo, in fact, up into 3rd place. It was not Drew Davidson. For a similar colour scheme in terms of kart, albeit from the far end of the circuit. They've both got blue and yellow. It's just one's got more blue and the other one's got more yellow. So Buddy Hugo up into 3rd place under pressure from Noah Wicklow. Wicklow, though, was on the outside, and that's not gone well for him. He went for 3rd place. He comes out in P5 as down the inside goes Aaron Rigg. And, in fact, he's going to come out potentially in P6 because that's Drew Davidson down the inside as well. So Noah Wicklow going for 3rd, comes out in P6. You will do like a tryer. You'll never see me knock somebody going for a place unless they've come from a week or so back. But Wicklow on this occasion was on the outside and got hung out to dry. There's Aaron Rigg now all over the back of Buddy Hugo. Hugo with the semi-defensive line into hairpin number 1. This will, of course, play into the hands of more of Davidson and Wicklow because Aaron Rigg's going to get backed up. It's going to allow the leaders as well to pull away. 7th place is James Darling in the 55, Max Hall, Florence Walkington. Your R200s have got Tom Nichols pulling away at a fair rate of knots at the front of Albie Cam and Ronnie Harrer. Third place, side by side, up and over the timing line. Buddy Hugo and Aaron Rigg exchanging a little bit of side pod. They're still in the same place as they were when they crossed the timing line on the previous lap, but Aaron Rigg clearly has some pace here and needs to find a way past, but it's not going to be at hairpin number 1. In fact, Davidson tries a little bit of a bump and run down the inside of hairpin number 1, gets it done at hairpin number 2. That's opened the door for Noah Wicklow to come back down the inside, and Wicklow is up into 5th place. Davidson in 4th place as well. And that's given Buddy Hugo a little bit of breathing space for a lap or so. Gordon with Logan Jones at the front have got a gap. Buddy Hugo starting to get reeled in again slightly now by Drew Davidson, who carries a huge amount of speed round hairpin 1. If he's a little bit closer on the next lap, if he carries the same speed round 1, straight down the inside into 2, he's not going to need it. The speed that's coming is down the inside into the South Bank corner, and he's through up into 3rd place. He's picked up a contact warning as well for the indiscretion earlier on in the race at hairpin number 1. But he's up into 3rd place from Buddy Hugo, Noah Wicklow, Aaron Rigg. Aaron Rigg with his Nassau panel, particularly down the bottom, wobbling from side to side. We've got a waved yellow, and we've got a car off on the outside of the national loop, walking away. We'll pick out the number. I do believe that could well be Florence Walkington in the number 24 into Rotax. Cart is hidden behind the barrier, so can't pick the number out, but she's fallen down the order behind Nichols, Cam and Ronnie Harrett. So Florence Walkington, who missed the 3-lap warm-up this morning, is out of this race just beyond half race distance. Top 3 now are clear, with Noah Wicklow all over the back of the 111 of Buddy Hugo round the national loop. The train of 3, and wide goes Buddy Hugo. Looks to be struggling a little bit with rear end grip halfway round the South Bank corner. Wicklow again is going to be on the outside. That didn't work for him earlier, and on this occasion it hasn't worked for him again. Aaron Rigg all over the back then straight away. Not wanting to waste any time with Buddy Hugo. He's going to end up on the outside of hairpin number 4, although it's a wider arcing radius, so he can slot back in there side by side over the timing line. Rigg's got the nose in front. Rigg makes the move down the inside of the D chicane, round the outside over the start finish, down the inside, then into the D, and Aaron Rigg with a superb overtake. He tried that earlier on. It wasn't quite alongside enough to make it work. This time he was. He crossed the timing line a fraction in front of Buddy Hugo. Moves himself up into 4th place. 2nd place, though, I think now is where we're going to see a little bit of action, because Drew Davidson has towed up onto the back of the 173 of Logan Jones. And with 2 minutes to go, be interesting to see not only whether he can find a way through, but how much of that time he can use to potentially try and get into the realms of Hamish Gordon at the front of this race. Needs a good run out of hairpin 2, which I think he may well get for Drew Davidson. He is indeed down the inside, drawing alongside is Drew Davidson. Through he goes, down the inside. Davidson up into 2nd place. Still 1 minute and 30 on the clock. Can he close up onto the back of Hamish Gordon? I don't know whether he can, but it's going to be a last-minute job if he gets there. It's still Rigg from Hugo and Wicklow in 4th, 5th and 6th. Darling and Hall with Nichols still comfortable at the front of Honda R200 from Albie Cam and Ronnie Harrer. A 10th faster on the previous lap from Drew Davidson. The gap, however, just under a second, so he's going to need something special in these next few laps. A personal best from Buddy Hugo, although now he's fallen behind Noah Wicklow. Wicklow through on this lap and up into 5th place. And closing in fact, on the back of Aaron Rigg. Drew Davidson, the gap was 9/10 of a second on the previous lap. 2 laps to go. He sets the fastest lap of the race, 10th and a half quicker. The gap is down to 3/4 of a second. Still don't think he's going to have enough time, even if he can catch up onto the back of Hamish Gordon. There may be some lap traffic, although I do think Ronnie Harrer, with a lap and a half to go, is far enough away at the front. In front of them to close the gap up as Tom Nichols crosses the timing line. He'll start his final lap next time round. Hamish Gordon then out of hairpin number 4. The gap is noticeably closer. Again, just under 8/10 of a second. Davidson will cross the line this time round. Again, he's gone quicker, but not by enough to close up onto the back of Hamish Gordon. For Drew Davidson, having started in 4th and then fallen away and down the order at the start and having to fight his way back through, this is very much a case of what could have been. But in heat number 2, he's going to start off the outside of the front row, should it finish as it is at the moment. And that will give him a real opportunity to challenge Hamish Gordon at the front of this inter-Rotax class. Out of hairpin number 4 they come. Ronnie Harrer in front of them is not taking the checkered flag. It will be the 75 of Hamish Gordon. He takes the victory in heat number 1 from Drew Davidson and Logan Jones, Aaron Rigg, Noah Wicklow and Buddy Hugo. Stories all the way down that top 6 of who could be on the podium at the end of the day. I wouldn't like to predict it. James Darling finishing in P7 in front of Max Hall as we await out of hairpin number 4 in Honda R200. It's been a win. It's been a winner to canter for Tom Nichols in the 74. Nichols takes the victory from Albie Cam, and Ronnie Harrer will cross the line now to finish in 3rd place in Honda R200. He takes the checkered flag and peels off stage left into the pit lane. So as the field make their way in, and Florence Walkington's 124 is returned to the pit lane via the pushing home method, rather than sending the quad out to collect the cart from the outside of the national loop. So Gordon, Davidson and Jones, your top 3 in Inter-Rotax. R200 led home by Tom Nichols, Albie Cam and Ronnie Harrer. That's your top 3 across the classes. Let's have a quick look then at what has been an incredibly tight junior Rotax qualifying session. The top 5 split by less than half a tenth of a second. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Jacob Carnes will share the front row. Amy Peacock and Alfie McBain go off row 2. Jake Grufferty and Thomas Harper on row number 3. Then it's going to be Ryan White making his junior Rotax debut this weekend after a great showing at the Rotax Max Grand Finals in the Interclass. He moves up into juniors. Jake Anders will start alongside him on row number 4. Samuel Yeadon and Jaden Stonehouse row 5. Layla Berrin and Morgan Cooney row 6, with Ava Reynolds and Alex Lynn on row number 7. Hector Sadlowski, who we've seen win races here before, he'll be disappointed with P15. He starts alongside Joey Swan, with Layla Bell and Kian Hundle on row 9. Nico Webers and Tom Marshall complete your grid of junior Rotax runners. There's 20 of them. The field, though, is incredibly spread out at the moment, and I can't see us getting this one going at the first time of asking. Maybe may be wrong. Turns out on this occasion I'm not. So they were just spread out a little bit too much at the back. I do wonder if there was a... In fact, no, I'm going to call it. I don't know whether there was a little bit of games going on there, because if you have a false start, you get 2 laps to warm your tyres up, and now your tyres are a lot warmer heading up towards the right-hander of the national loop for the first time. So if you do go off like a stabbed rat, and that's what happens, but we've called your number now, and we're not going to let that happen all the time. So behave yourself, Junior Rotax. So gridding up then. Field getting into the 2x2 format as they head out of hairpin number 4, nicely slowed down, and we are in a much better position to go racing this time round. Stansmore, Wilson and Carnes then on the front row. Peacock and McBain on row 2. Green flag, we're away in racing, heading up towards the national loop for the first time. Stansmore, Wilson down the inside. We've got a few off, one off onto the grass on the outside with the green helmet. We'll pick them out ever so shortly. But it's Stansmore, Wilson, Carnes, Peacock. Ryan White with a good start from the 4th row is up into 4th place already. He's in front of Alfie McBain. There's been a good start by Jake Anders as well off that 4th row. He's up into 6th place. It's the 27 of Jaden Stonehouse that was off and onto the grass on the outside on the opening lap. As the field make their way round the hairpin 3 and 4 complex up towards the timing line for the first time. End of lap number 1 then. It's going to be Stansmore Wilson from Carnes. Peacock McBain has found a way past Ryan White. White then down into 5th place. Jake Anders in 6th place. Alex Lynn with a good start. He moves up from 14th to 7th on lap number 1. Jake Gruffity, Samuel Yeadon and Thomas Harper, who's gone from 6th place down into 10th on lap number 1. That's part of the problem of being on the outside and sort of in that upper mid-pack, is you generally end up on the outside, and it's a tough break to try and get back in, particularly in these rolling start classes here at Teesside with a very long looping opening corner. So the top 4 on a little bit of a breakaway. Stansmore, Wilson, Carnes, Peacock and McBain. Then there's a gap back to Ryan White, who's the leader of another 4-cart train in front of Anders Lynn and a very racy looking Jake Gruffity at the moment. He tried to move down the inside of Alex Lynn. That's hampered them both slightly as wide goes Lynn at hairpin number 1, and then Gruffity with the switchback at hairpin number 2. Behind them is Thomas Harper, who's going to start trying to come back into things, but he's in 9th place at the moment. Will need to make his way through early, and if he can get on the back of Gruffity, who's won a number of finals here at Teesside, I think that the duo could work their way through the field together and maybe get up into 4th place. At the front, Amy Peacock still in 3rd, but had a bit of a nibble down the inside of Jacob Carnes on the previous lap at hairpin number 4, and we'll try another nibble down the inside at hairpin number 2, and that's allowed Alfie McBain to take full advantage of Peacock being balked, and through goes McBain up into 3rd place. Behind them, it's still Wright, Anders, now Gruffity. Harper is through on Alex Lynn on that previous lap. So he's made his way up into 8th place. Layla Berryman, the final runner, inside the top 10 in a new race suit this weekend and running a new number, in fact. Was 166 last season, running number 6 this weekend for Layla Berryman in the new race suit. Looks like she's heading towards the TSK-Motorsport team for 2026 for her national championship campaign. Hector Sadlowski looks like he's trying to find a way past Ava Reynolds. That would have been for 12th place, but Reynolds has got the door closed. Back at the front, keeping an eye on this 4-cart train, is I do get the feeling we might see Alfie McBain make a move on this lap. He's looking very confident on the back of Jacob Carnes. I get the feeling it could well be a hairpin 2 straight line if he can follow the run down the inside. Not quite. I think he was a little bit too close, in fact, to Jacob Carnes round hairpin number 1 and just couldn't pop the cart out round the outside to get that cart straightened up for hairpin number 2 as Stansmore, Wilson and Carnes side by side round the South Bank corner. Stansmore Wilson retaking the lead that Carnes had taken away from her very, very briefly. Harper with the fastest lap. And both him and Gruffity have pulled up onto the back of Jake Anders. Anders with a personal best on that previous lap, but Gruffity was still 2/10 quicker. And down the inside goes Gruffity into hairpin number 1. And then Harper's going to try the switch back at hairpin number 2. Harper with a bit of games there. Anders has looked behind him. Harper's tapped his helmet to tell him that they should work together. And as soon as Anders has looked forward, Harper's popped out the slipstream and gone down the inside at South Bank. But as I mentioned earlier, both Gruffity and Harper have got pace and just had a quick look at Jake Gruffity as he came up and over the timing line. Has he lost a spring on his exhaust? Because it's looking very angled to one side. It's still in place, but on the back of the number 7 machine, notice as he came up and over the timing line through the D chicane, that exhaust was wobbling around slightly. That'll need to be looked at. Talking about being looked at, Jacob Carnes is looking at the lead. He's through on Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Stansmore-Wilson back down the inside of him into hairpin number 4. And this contact between the two of them as Carnes tries to come across and close the door. Stansmore-Wilson is down the order. She's in 6th place. Carnes then trying to close the door on Amy Peacock. Peacock up into 2nd place. McBain in 3rd. Ryan White is out. Problems for Ryan White in the 47 on the outside of the National Loop. The cart just ground to a halt. And out of all of this, up into 3rd place, may go Thomas Harper. He's down the inside. Harper's up into 3rd place. He started this race in 10th. He's chipped away at the places. And with 1 minute and 55 on the clock, he may well have a sniff at winning this one. Jacob Carnes, though, has proved time and time again that number 22 can be the widest cart in the northeast to find a way through. Amy Peacock's going to try a little bit of a bump and run down the inside. She can't, though, because there's a waved yellow flag at the National Loop for Ryan White's stricken machine. They're past it, and now they can go racing from hairpin number 1 again as Stansmore-Wilson down the inside of Alfie McBain. And there goes Peacock's into the lead, and Harper's down the inside of Carnes as well. Peacock leads from Thomas Harper, Jacob Carnes, and then Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is back up into 4th place in front of Alfie McBain. And we go all the way down to Layla Berryman. We're 9 deep for the lead with 1 minute on the clock. Peacock from Harper and Jacob Carnes, Stansmore, Wilson, McBain, Gruffity, Lynn, Anders and Berryman. Gap back then to Samuel Yeadon in the 118. Eyes peeled as McBain gets balked by Stansmore-Wilson and then Gruffity gets into the back of him. That could allow Alex Lynn to get a run down the back straight. Lynn's down the inside of Gruffity. Door closed though by Gruffity, and that all concertinaed from Alfie McBain running into the back of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. 2 laps to go. Amy Peacock and Thomas Harper the top 2. Jacob Carnes, there's a gap back to him in front of Alfie McBain. They've all fragmented, all because of that concertina effect on the previous lap. Some lap traffic in front, but I'm not sure they're going to catch Harper on the back of Amy Peacock. And Harper is very strong out of hairpin 2 as Gruffity and Stansmore-Wilson go side by side. And Gruffity's going to get a helping hand here by Alex Lynn. Lynn's going to use Gruffity. They're both going to benefit here and find a way through on Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who's led huge chunks of this race and is going to find herself down in 7th place. Harper and Peacock side by side towards the timing line. Harper's not going to ease out. Harper was behind there as Peacock holds on to the lead. They've backed themselves up. Harper with a 20% chance and comes out with 0, but still has an opportunity for the rest of this race. Wide he goes though at hairpin number 1. Carries too much speed, and Jacob Carnes comes through back up into 2nd place, and he's carried enough speed that he's right up onto the back of Amy Peacock. Peacock white lines it round South Bank up towards the right-hander of hairpin number 3. Defends at 4 as well. Carnes is going to try and get the run out of the hairpin number 4, as is Harper. Peacock wins Heat 1 from Carnes. Harper, Alfie McBain and Jake Gruffity. Alex Lynn, Isabella Stansmore, Wilson, Jake Anders, Layla Berryman and Samuel Yeadon. The top 10, top 9 split by 2.5 seconds in what was one of the best junior Rotax races that I think I've seen here at Teesside. With the volume of karts, the number of lead changes. It was 10 karts at one point before Ryan White's retirement. But junior Rotax, generally winter series racing with drivers moving up and getting new bits of equipment over the winter, is all about sort of testing and getting themselves ready for the summer. Well, junior Rotax have proved us what wrong. That was an absolute barn burner from start to finish in junior Rotax. Peacock from Carnes and Harper, McBain, Gruffity, Lynn, Stansmore, Wilson, Anders, Berryman and Yeadon your top 10, with Ava Reynolds, Hector Sadlowski, Morgan Cooney, Layla Bell and Joey Swan, with Jaden Stonehouse, Kian Hundle, Nico Webers and Tom Marshall. Ryan White, unfortunately, retiring with 5 laps to go in that race. Just had a quick update on the live timing. It says that Thomas Harper's done the lap record. He hasn't, but that's only because I think the timing system is slightly different now. But that is the 3rd fastest junior Rotax time that we've ever seen round the Teesside National Circuit in conditions that aren't particularly ideal, because there's no sun, so there's no track temperature, which means there's not quite as much grip. So that is a hell of an effort there from Thomas Harper, who has made his way up at one point from 10th up into 2nd, went for the lead, came out in 3rd place, but will start on the inside of the 2nd row, I think, for the 2nd heat of the day. Let's have a quick look then at our senior qualifying session, where we should see Elliot Dalton Ayres on pole position for senior Rotax. Indeed it is. Elliot Dalton Ayres from Joseph Yao, Oscar War and James Philip King on row number 2. Maya Simpson, Evelyn By, row number 3. Holly Swan and Oliver O'Donovan on row number 4, with Alfie Slater and Paul Swan on row number 5. Harry Hadley and Bailey Thompson are on row number 6. So good morning as well to Rob Fagg, joining us from the Isle of Man. He's watching from over there. Hopefully will be joining us on the grid at Three Sisters. So it'd be good to see Rob. Does like to get over to Three Sisters. He does most of the Three Sisters events, so it'd be good to see him over there. He doesn't find a huge amount of time to go karting in between his rally co-drivering and his full-time day job. So, hopefully we'll see him over at Three Sisters. Seniors then making their way round. They look like they've got themselves into a nice position early doors, and all being well, we'll get going at the first time of asking. Thank you very much for those that have joined us, I say, on TSK-Media. Those that are on the bank. It's not quite as cold as it has been for some of our winter rounds, but we do appreciate you all coming out for this race. Now there's slowing them down, and I hope one of them's bought a picnic blanket. They could probably get out and have a few sandwiches, given the pace the seniors are making their way around at the moment. So Elliot Dalton Ayres, as he makes his way round, passes a cake to Joseph Yao. Joseph Yao passes him a sandwich back. It's nearly lunchtime, fellas. Come on, let's go racing. As the green's down, Yao oils up and struggles to get away, as does the 43 of Evelyn By. The pace very, very slow. And as unfortunately claimed at least 2, but they are both still running. Oh, Evelyn By off on the national loop on the grass. Wave yellow flag. She's rejoined the circuit on the outside as she got round there on the cold tyres. Down the back straight, though, Elliot Dalton-Ayres will lead us from Oscar War. Joseph Yao is recovering and has covered back up into 3rd place. The double junior Rotax champion here, Joseph Yao, now up into seniors, will be in 3rd place. Now he'll be in 2nd as he goes down the inside of the 22 of Oscar War. War now under pressure from the number 96 of Maya Simpson. Simpson has to slot back into that 4th place in front of James Philip King in the number 21. Top 5 altogether in front of Alfie Slater, who's had a good start, moving up from 9th place up into P number 6 as James Philip King goes down the inside of Oscar War. War getting the run down the back straight, though, gets on the power earlier and moves up into, holds on, in fact, to 4th place. As down the inside, that's Oliver O'Donovan making ground down the inside of Alfie Slater and moves himself up into 6th place. No further changes, although does look like Paul Swan may have actually found a... No, it looked like I thought he'd gone in front of Jensen Cook. Cook, though, in fact, remains in P9. And it's, in fact, Harry Hadley who is just behind. As the field make their way through as Yao, 1/10.5 quicker and was 2/10 off the back of Elliot Dalton-Ayres on the previous lap. Now is a kart length off the back of the driver of the 84 up and round the hairpin 3 and 4. They are allowing Maya Simpson, who was 2/10, it was 1/10.5 quicker than the 2 in front on that previous lap, to close up onto the back of them both. They're managing to pull away from Oscar War and James into hairpin number 4. Through they come. Time is 3 minutes to go. Still plenty as wide goes Elliot Dalton-Ayres, and with Maya Simpson right into the rear bumper, that's made her go a little bit light and squirrely, and through goes Joseph Yao up into 2nd place. Simpson down into 3rd. James Philip King, though, closing in lap on lap. Now we've got Oliver O'Donovan, in fact, up into 5th place as well. The black helmet in front of Oscar War. Still a top 6, but then before that gap back then to Alfie Slater and Holly Swan as she moves into senior Rotax for the first time. So as the 6 cross the line, it's the fastest lap of the race by Oliver O'Donovan, with the only driver, I thought it was the only driver to go 40.9, but it's not, because Maya Simpson's done exactly the same as well on the back of the 88 machine of Joseph Yao. So just trying to rectify 1 or 2 technical gremlins in the commentary box. But we're back just in time for Joseph Yao to shot the 88 machine down the inside of Elliot Dalton-Ayres into the run up towards the South Bank corner. He moves through with 1 minute and 12 on the clock. So 3 laps to go. Yao from Dalton-Ayres, Maya Simpson. Oliver O'Donovan now is up into 4th place in front of James Philip King and is right up onto the back of this trio of karts in front. So we've now got a quartet for the lead. James Philip King, who looked like he had good pace in the early and mid part of the race, doesn't seem to quite have it at the end of the race, although Oliver O'Donovan appears to have it at the end of the race. He's right up on the back and had a nose down the inside of Elliot Dalton-Ayres, with Joseph Yao Maya Simpson and Elliot Dalton Ayres, your top three. O'Donovan just behind them. Let's not discount King and Oscar Waugh, because if the four in front start to battle, inevitably they will come back into the mix. Pretty much as they were, with King unable to close in until the four in front begin a bit of a battle. Contact warning for the 43 of Evelyn Bye as she starts to make her way back through, finding a way past Harry Hadley at hairpin number 1 on that occasion. So final lap then as Yao, Simpson, Elliot Dalton Ayres and Oliver O'Donovan come up and over the timing line. About a cart length between each of them, so not quite close enough to make moves unless they're going to send a move down the inside. Simpson leaves the door open at hairpin number 2. Elliot Dalton Ayres tries to go down the inside. That plays into the hands of Oliver O'Donovan. And the attempt for second is a 4th place for Elliot Dalton Ayres unless he can get back onto an even footing with Oliver O'Donovan at the final corner. Out of hairpin number 4 they come then. It's going to be Joseph Yao for a hard-fought Heat 1 victory from Maya Simpson, Oliver O'Donovan, Elliot Dalton Ayres, James Philip King and Oscar Waugh in 5th and 6th. Holly Swan in P7, Alfie Slater, Jensen Cook, and then it's going to be Paul Swan in P10 in front of Evelyn Bye, Harry Hadley and Bailey Thompson in the number 60 machine. We'll bring his cart round hairpin 3 and 4. So as our senior Rotax make their way off, up and onto the weighbridge, still got a few of them in the queue. We'll run you through a grid for our Pro Cart class, both seniors and juniors racing together. Maximus Shields will be on pole for seniors. He's got Ike Needham alongside him. Connor Lucas returns to Teesside for the first time since his 2024 championship win. He'll start alongside Curtis Yule on row number 2. Our reigning novice champion. Then it's Danny Bean and Bradley Rowe on row number 3. Zach Dawson, Liam Edmonds, row 4, with Rossi Costello and Matthew Hauschby on row 5. Isaac Duff and Tom Woolley will start on row number 6. Darcy Hall moves over from Rotax to Pro Cart. She starts P13 alongside Ethan Taylor, with Lewis Jolly and Lewis Blench sharing row number 8. Gavin Pike, Olivia Hall, row 9. Rodney Taylor and Mark Hilditch are on row number 10. Before we move to our juniors, Teddy Hall took pole position with a last-ditch effort yesterday. He starts alongside the reigning junior champion, Reese Cranston, on the front row. Joshua Sullivan starts in 3rd place alongside him, the reigning Honda Cadet champion, Edward Rye, moving into junior Pro Cart in front of Elvis Hartley and Isaac Welburn. Then it's Harry Pennington and Daniel Camp, Grace Matthews and Adam Roberts, with Dylan Slack, Isabella McRae and Nicole Allardyce, completing 33 Pro Carts split between juniors and seniors. So with another multi-class format race, albeit on this occasion with 2 much bigger grids, I'd like to wish myself good luck in trying to keep up with absolutely everything that's going to happen out here. Shields then will lead us through in the seniors. He's got Ike Needham alongside him, Lucas and Yule on row number 2. Green flag, and we're away and racing as the 42 of Shields leads us up towards the national loop. For the first time, Lucas in his wheel tracks moves through from third place up into second. As the rest of the seniors look like they've made their way through nicely here. Oh, we've got a few up and over the grass. Juniors are away and racing now up towards the national for the first time. As Ted Hall is under pressure already. Joshua Sullivan off the second row is through in front of Ted Hall. It's been a good start from Elvis Hartley in the 28. He's up into third place, although that could be brief. Down the inside, there's contact. There's lots of them. All side by side, barging. When we've got, that's Edward Rye up onto Reese Cranston. And out at the front, Sullivan has got 15 to 20, maybe 25 cart lengths with everything that was happening behind. At the front, though, Connor Lucas leads from Maximus Shields, Curtis Yule, Danny Bean, Isaac Duff, Bradley Rowe. And where has Ike Needham gone? He's had a spin, and he's all the way down the order, as is the number 78 of Mark Hilditch. He's round, but at the front, Lucas from Shields, then it's Yule, Bean, Duff, and then Rowe, Dawson, Houshby, Costello, Edmonds in front of Blench and Hall. Juniors, led by Sullivan. He's got a gap back to Elvis Hartley of 2.3 seconds as the rest of the juniors come back through. Up into third place now is Ted Hall. Second place is Ted Hall in juniors. He's front of Elvis Hartley and Reese Cranston. There's that Daniel Camp, one of the juniors, potentially off on the outside of hairpin number 2 and stationary. Shields and Lucas at the front, nose to tail. Shields going with his long-time mentor. Maximus is Connor Lucas. Shields yesterday in qualifying took full advantage of Connor Lucas in the slipstream to take that pole position. Cart is stationary on the outside, just being pushed through the barriers, and once that's clear, as in juniors, Reese Cranston is alongside Ted Hall down the back straight and is through, as is Elvis Hartley by the look of things. Hall down into fourth place as Daniel Camp's cart is pushed to one side. We're down a few runners as Shields and Lucas go toe-to-toe. There's your junior leader coming through in front of Cranston. Then it's going to be, that's Hartley, Hall. Then it's the 22 of Harry Pennington, the 66 of Edward Rye in juniors, and then it's Isaac Welburn. Back at the front, though, for seniors, the top 2 are gapping the field. Then we've got another 2 of Curtis Yule and Danny Bean in front of Isaac Duff. Oh, Edward Rye, hard. Edward Rye's in the tyres as they've come through the chicane. He's okay. He's up and out of the cart. But he says he's okay. Big thumbs up to the marshal for Edward Rye. He lets us know that he's all okay. And we'll cover it under a waved yellow, but the marshals are going to work hard to get the tyres done. Edward Rye's there, 4 minutes still on the clock. A bit of a nod to his dad that he's okay as well. He's already thumbed up the marshals. So we're covering it under yellow. So no overtaking at hairpin 1, nor at hairpin number 2. Because the tyre wall covers both sides of the circuit. So marshals will work to get that sorted, and they're doing a great job, as always, here at Teesside. 4 minutes to go in this race. Shields with the fastest lap. And we've gone full course yellow. So the 2 leaders in senior are going to get reeled in by the field. Junior are going to get all backed up again. So full Battenberg flag. So the field will back up. And Shields and Lucas are still going at race pace. I don't know if they've seen the Battenberg at the far end of the circuit. Juniors have, because they've slowed down. And Shields and Lucas are going to need to see this Battenberg. Shields has seen it. And we've gone green again, albeit not on the start line for the leader. So we've just gone green. Juniors have seen it as well, down at hairpin number 3. And with 3 minutes on the clock, we're racing once again. So Lucas and Shields, and they're back to being nose to tail. Shields all over the back of Connor Lucas. We're 4 wide down the back straight in the Senior Pro Cart. That's Ike Needham trying to find a way past. Well, there's Lewis Jolly behind him. I think that's Olivia Hall. Darcy Hall is in the background as well. The 17 is Tom Woolley. Two minutes on the clock. Again, Lucas and Shields, down the back straight they go. For your leaders, Harry Pennington's up into 4th place in juniors, albeit Elvis Hartley doesn't look too impressed. So I don't know whether they've had a bit of a confrontation. So Lucas has got a bit of a gap now to Maximus Shields. As Lucas pumps in the fastest lap of the race, a 10th and a half quicker, 46.316 for Connor Lucas. But Shields has managed to reel him back in the opening phase of this race. There's some lap traffic in front of them. Fastest lap of the race, though, goes to Ike Needham in 11th place as he starts to make his way back through the traffic. And he was a lot quicker than the driver in front of him on the previous lap, so wouldn't be surprised to see him make some bigger moves up into this order. Currently running in 11th place. Another personal best, I think, by Lucas on that previous lap, and he really is starting to pull away now from the 42 of Maximus Shields. 2.5 laps to go for them. They're going to see the last lap board. Not next time. Lucas should just get round in enough time. I think probably around about 10 seconds or so for Connor Lucas when he comes up and over the timing line this time round. Indeed it is 15 seconds, which should see him next time round seeing the last lap board as Shields takes half a tenth out of him again, albeit now has got a bit of a gap as Connor Lucas. Lap traffic for the juniors to contend with, I think, before the end of this race now. There's 1 or 2 for them to catch up to. They'll see the last lap board next time. They're going to cross the timing line now with Sullivan being hounded by the reigning champion Cranston. Ted Hall in 3rd place. Harry Pennington is holding on to 4th place as the juniors have indeed caught the seniors as they come through up towards hairpin number 1, and 2 of them have found their way through. Lucas now then starting the final lap from Maximus Shields with Curtis Yule and Danny Bean in front of Isaac Duff, Bradley Rowe and Zach Dawson. Rowe and Dawson having a good little battle. Then it's Rossi Costello, but Ike Needham is closing in at a rate of around about half a second a lap. As Shields once again takes a little bit of time out of Connor Lucas, although they've got half a lap to go. Juniors are still having a good battle further down the order. Pennington with Hartley, Welburn and Adam Roberts all going toe-to-toe. Out of the final corner, though, will come Maximus Shields to win in Senior Pro Cart from Maximus Shields, Curtis Yule and Danny Bean. In Junior, though, the leaders are side-by-side up towards South Bank. Rhys Cranston is down the inside of Joshua Sullivan. Up towards hairpin 3 they go. And Cranston has got the job done. Down the inside at 3 and run around South Bank. Are they going to be side by side on exit? Yes, they are. But Sullivan going to be a long way round the outside there. Contact between the 2 of them. Sullivan wrestles the victory back. Goes round the outside. Got the power down. Sullivan wins in Junior. from Reese Cranston on the timing line. Lucas Shields and Yule in senior. In junior, it's Sullivan, Cranston and Hall. And I do get the feeling throughout 2026 you're going to hear those three names, along with a few others as well, in juniors, in what's going to potentially be one of the tightest junior grids in terms of depth for a long time. I think we're going to look at your likes of Edward Rye, who's had a problem in that race, but who's adapted very, very well to junior life. Ashton Carmichael, when he's back for the summer season. Josh Brown, if he stays in junior, had a very strong ending to 2025. And I think junior, we're going to see in Pro Kart a huge amount of depth all down the order. So we are back then with our second set of heats. We'll run through the second set of heats, then we'll have a lunch break, and then we're back for finals time here at Teesside. It's the second round of the Winter Series. It's also our annual O-Plate meeting, where you could run that O-Plate here at Teesside throughout the 2026 season. Bambinos then are gridding up with Logan Grassi away, although it will be Ayrton Tennant with that almost immediate power burst of the Might E powertrain will lead us round as he gets round the outside of Ayrton Tennant. He leads. Jake Wynn is in third place, so it's Tennant leading from Grassi. Grassi's going to have to try and find his way through and cleanly. We saw from heat number one that he certainly has the pace to pull away, but has to find a way through to start with. And move not done just yet as Tennant still holds on to the lead. So Ayrton Tennant may well lead us over the line. No, down the inside goes Logan Grassi on the exit of hairpin number 4. And through comes the number 28 machine. So Grassi from Tennant, and then it will be Jake Wynn. Will Grassi move away in the same rate he did in heat number 1? I do get the feeling that he will. I'm just going to have a quick look what his time was in heat number 1 in terms of how far he was in front of the rest of the field. It was 17.8 seconds. So now for me, Logan Grassi's just got to try and do exactly the same. And from a personal standpoint, he's got to try and move away, and this time he's got to try and get to the 18-second mark and, you know, find a way of having that battle within himself, not necessarily on the track. So always good to sort of have that that battle and that want to try and keep improving as he makes his way around hairpin number 4. So Grassi leads from Ayrton Tennant, both setting personal best, but Grassi straight on the pace and into the mid 1 minutes with that 1 minute 5:37 from Logan Grassi on that opening lap, and starting to pull out this gap already at the front. So we see him go down that back straight in the navy blue, yellow and red colours. And the improvement, and we picked up on this, did both Tom and I in commentary throughout the summer series of 2025, of how much an improvement that we've had from Logan Grassi, where he was doing sort of 106s, 107s when he first joined us, to now heading into them realms of the 1 minute mark, and in more favourable conditions in around about March or April time, where we do get a little bit of sunshine and there's still a decent, in terms of racing level of air pressure. There's no reason why we can't see Logan Grassi heading into the sub 1 minutes on a fairly regular basis. Personal best from Tennant, a personal best from Wynn as well. 107.8 as we see Jake Wynn on the screen now, round that national loop corner in the number 66 machine. Another personal best and fastest lap of the race from Logan Grassi. He's already edging towards the 59-second mark with the 1 minute 0.371 for Logan Grassi. We follow Jake Wynn, who gets a little bit of oversteer on the exit of hairpin number 3. Just needs to sort of open that cart up and let the cart do the work rather than the driver. Use all the tarmac on the exit of hairpin number 4, and that will do him very nicely. We are back with the 48 of Ayrton Tennant, making his way through and over the timing line. He's had a best, I think, of a 103.7. This time he goes to a 103.479. Oh, that's his best. Sorry, his last lap was just over a 103.6. So showing some good consistency is Ayrton Tennant. This race still 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Another personal best this time by Jake Wynn, a 107.6 dead for Wynn. Again, in a race where we've got drivers at different levels of their career, Ayrton with Logan Grassi being into what will very soon be his second year of karting, and Ayrton Tennant and Jake Wynn being newer names here at Teesside. It's important for those drivers to certainly look at the positives, and if they can keep putting in personal best after personal best, lap on lap, that will be that's always a good one. And just looking at Jake Wynn there, and again a 107.6 for Wynn on that previous lap. He makes his way up and round hairpin number 2. Around the national loop, sorry. We've got Ayrton Tennant going down the back straight. Wynn's crossing the timing line now with Logan Grassi coming up to it. The time goes below 1 minute, which means he's got two laps to go. For Logan Grassi. As Wynn comes the same up and over the timing line. So 28 seconds on the clock. Logan Grassi are heading out onto the back straight. Gap is 18.6 seconds now, which is more than what it was in the first race of the day. So Grassi starting to open up that gap a little bit further, heading towards the 20-second mark for Logan Grassi. And then if he can, for the final, that's a few extra minutes. So there's no reason why he can't go further than that. For Logan Grassi, just needs to just hit the marks consistently, lap on lap. He sees the final lap board now as they come over the timing line. Personal best, and Wynn this time goes, he'd done a 107.6 and all of a sudden he's pulled a 105.7 out, almost 2 seconds quicker than what he'd done earlier in the race for Jake Wynn. So great little confidence boost for him, and I do hope when that helmet comes off he's got a massive smile on his face, because he certainly needs to, as he continues to shave not only tenths but seconds off his personal best. Logan Grassi, though, will come out of hairpin number 4 to see the checkered flag. Jake Wynn underneath the timing gantry. Grassi takes the checker and the victory in our Bambino class. So through he goes, and out of the final corner as well will come Ayrton Tennant to finish in first place in Might E, second place overall in our Coma class and our Might E's. So he's second overall in Bambino, first in Might E, and then it will be Jake Wynn in third place. And we're back with our Micro Max class. All 7 of them making their way out. Ellis Holt, with George Allison, it will be in second place. He's come out in third on the dummy grid. Oh, we've got driver off, although they will rejoin. That's the 81 of Matty Smith, as Tyler Grufferty has an excursion as well on these cold tyres. So Ellis Holt, George Allison on the front row. Eleanor Shelby Parsonage and Matty Smith, row 2. Daniel Thompson and Archie Mostyn with Tyler Grufferty as well. Here we go then in Micro Max. Ellis Holt, George Allison were away and racing as Eleanor Shelby Parsonage pulls out of the bit, and I'm going to false start that because they weren't in the they weren't 2x2, they were 3x1x2, and we're going to false start that and have a second bite of the cherry. And we're away and racing. It looks like we've managed to get this one going this time around, and we are away and racing as Ellis Holt leads us up and round the national loop for the first time in front of the number 1 of George Allison. Eleanor Shelby Parsonage, the 81 of of Matty Smith in third place. Archie Mostyn is in front of Daniel Thompson and Tyler Gruffity as they head down the back straight. So Ellis Holt, George Allison, your top two. It looks like now we've got Matty Smith up into third place as Eleanor Shelby Parsonage tries to come back at him. So Holt with the fastest lap of the previous race, but that's mainly because he went off rolling at the start. Holt from Allison, Matty Smith, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage are still battling it out over that third place. Smith still holding on from Eleanor Shelby Parsonage, who had the pace to go to an extent with the leaders on the previous lap or in the previous race, but now is unable to find that way past Matty Smith, who seems to have a bit more this time. Archie Mostyn as well. Holt and Allison at the front, still as Holt makes a slight radiator flap adjustment. Allison right up onto the back then of Ellis Holt as they come up and over the timing line. Parsonage still unable to find that way past Matty Smith in the 8-1. And that's allowing Archie Mostyn, Daniel Thompson to stay with them. Tyler Gruffity having a much tidier race than what they had in the first one. So he managed to make his way through. Personal best all down the order from third into to seventh place. Everybody making some good lap times. Holt and Allison though still at the front. Allison unable to get within 2 or 3 kart lengths of Ellis Holt. Real battle is in this battle for third place as now Eleanor Shelby Parsonage draws alongside Matty Smith and will try and go all the way around the outside, and indeed does, just as the camera cuts to them. And Eleanor Shelby Parsonage is up into third place. Matty Smith in fourth, Archie Mostyn and then Daniel Thompson are in fifth and sixth. Tyler Gruffity in P7. Out onto the back straight they go. Ellis Holt, George Allison. As Parsonage goes out onto the rumble strip on the outside. Doesn't seem to have caused too much harm in getting the power down. And she is now starting to move away from Matty Smith. Again, mentioned, had the pace to go with the leading duo in the first race of the day, but in this one, fell further down the order at the start and has had to fight her way through to move now up into third place. And the challenge for the lead, I think, probably too far away with Holt and Allison not squabbling, although she did set a personal best that was faster than both of the two leaders on the previous lap. Matty Smith set a personal best, but it wasn't in the same realm as Eleanor Shelby Parsonage, who was 4/10 faster on that previous lap. Three minutes and 10 to go, and Allison is closing right in on the back of Ellis Holt. Fastest lap of the race from Allison on the previous one. 2 minutes and 45 on the clock. And he really is quick at the end of the straight. Is George Allison gets a good run out of hairpin number 2, and wonder if he could pop a nose down the inside of Ellis Holt, whether Holt would put up the defence in that run up towards South Bank, because Allison's certainly got the pace, and certainly again up and over the timing line. Just seems to get good runs out of hairpin 2, good run out of hairpin 4. See whether he can get a good run out of 2 this time and get down the back straight. He comes out equidistance to Holt, and he's going to use the slipstream to draw up. Now is where he should be coming out to pop down the inside. I think George Allison's got the pace here to take a potential victory. Just got to come down the inside of Ellis Holt down the far end of the circuit. Going to have 3 laps to go. I think as they cross the timing line, I think they may cross next time with around about 5 or 6 seconds to go. Minute and 20 on the clock. Fastest lap, a personal best from Parsonage in that 3rd place, but the damage done early doors in her quest to try and go with the leaders, although now she has found that way past Matty Smith, is moving away. Good showing from Archie Mostyn in the number 17. Was in 6th place last time, and on this occasion is battling now for 4th place with Matty Smith. Leaders will come round, 2 laps to go. I feel they've been doing 48s. They're crossing the line now. There's 48. They're going to cross the line with some 45 seconds on the clock. So they're going to get themselves through with 2 to go. And Allison not quite as close as he has been on the previous 2 laps to try and make the run down. Come in, sit down. 10 seconds on the clock as Allison is closing right up onto the back of Ellis Holt with on to the final lap then Ellis Holt from George Allison, and Allison was really close to him but then loses it. Holt just carries loads more speed up and through the D chicane into hairpin number 1 for the final time with Ellis Holt down the back straight. George Allison with another good run at the end. He's just got loads of pace at the end of the straight, which and the carts with fixed gearing is just seems to get a really good run out of hairpin number 2. Can he straight line it into hairpin number 4? He's going to have half a nibble at it, but Holt's got a few cart lengths, and Ellis Holt will come out of the final corner. Holt will take the victory then from George Allison, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage, Matty Smith and Archie Mostyn. They're still battling it out, but I think Smith's going to have enough. Smith holds on then from Archie Mostyn with Daniel Thompson and Tyler Grufferty. Honda Cadet then making their way round for their second heat of the day. Daniel Ziad and Sebastian McCarthy will go off the front row. Abel Hutton and Aston Wilson on row 2. Tommy Burgoyne and Luca Bicocci, who will have hopes of coming back through from 6th place on the 3rd row. Calais Tennant and Oliver Bullock, Reggie Cook, Andrew McCrossan, Jacob McDonald, Edward Charlton and Lily Moore should be your grid of 12, or grid of 13, all being well. It does look like we have got 13 this time, so we are back up to a full complement and we are away and racing as Daniel Ziad leads us up to the first corner. Two drivers off on the outside of the national loop and are stuck together. Looks like it's Edward Charlton and Jacob McDonald, with Daniel Ziad and Sebastian McCarthy clear as Luca Bicocci goes down the inside. It's been a topsy-turvy opening lap that sees Oliver Bullock briefly up into 3rd place. Bicocci now is in 3rd. Bullock in 4th place with Reggie Cook and Tommy Burgoyne. So a few of the drivers that were towards the front falling down. We've got Abel Hutton is down behind Andrew McCrossan and the 44 of Calais Tennant, with Abel Hutton in that 9th place. Aston Wilson, who was on the 2nd row in 10th, as down the inside of Reggie Cook goes Tommy Burgoyne. Abel Hutton does the same to Andrew McCrossan. And it looks like Aston Wilson's going to try a nice little switch back, although McCrossan has it scouted out of hairpin number 2, and the move finally done at South Bank. The two drivers that were off with McDonald and Charlton in 12th and 13th have resumed a 1 minute 24 second opening lap for those, meaning they've lost around about 30 seconds. Ziad from McCarthy, then McCarthy with a slightly quicker lap, but still in that 2nd place. Bicocci in 3rd, Bullock still 4th, although Burgoyne will hope to close in. Wasn't faster on the previous lap, but did have the move down the inside of Reggie Cook to deal with, as Abel Hutton does the same into hairpin number 1, and round goes Calais Tennant, spins himself out of what was 8th place. He falls down to 10th behind Andrew McCrossan, just went in a little bit too hot into hairpin number 1, tagged the brakes, and round he went. So Daniel Ziad from Sebastian McCarthy is your leading duo. McCarthy unable to stick right to the back of Ziad. Ziad, who managed to move through with a few laps to go in heat number 1, has just got a little bit more at the moment than Sebastian McCarthy. I'm going to keep an eye on McCarthy and see whether that cart is still handling similar to it was in heat number 1. He just seems a little bit more planted, particularly around hairpin number 3. That cart was sliding a lot in the first race of the day. Even when he was in the lead, it was going from left to right. Trying to get the back end pitched in as Ziad goes 0.3 to the dot quicker on that previous lap to Sebastian McCarthy in 2nd place. Bicocci still in that 3rd place and still 0.3 slower, can't stay with. I think if he was in the slipstream, I think he'd be going with this leading duo. Heading towards half race distance then. Ziad from McCarthy, Bicocci, Bullock, Burgoyne, Hutton, Wilson, Cook. McCrossan still in 9th place. Calais Tennant after that spin is in 10th and trying to close in on the back of McCrossan. In fact, I think he's found a way through in the first part of this lap. Indeed he has. He's going to move himself up into 9th place. Leaders are coming up to some traffic, I think, in the next couple of laps. We've got the 99 and the 20 of Edward Charlton and Jacob McDonald, respectively, who had very slow opening laps as they came together and got hooked up on the exit of the National Loop. So again, we'll just see how things pan out. I think they might have a lap or so before they catch up, albeit it may well be down the back straight on this lap. They've got around about 25 kart lengths or so. In fact, they will close up at hairpin number 1, and this could give McCarthy a little bit of a lifeline. Ziad gets a little bit squirrely and takes Charlton by surprise. McCarthy will be able to benefit slightly from a little bit of slipstream down the back straight, but still don't think it's going to be enough. Ziad looking comfortable at the front of this one. Another fastest lap with a 47.59 for Daniel Ziad. Now I've got a little bit more traffic to contend with, so whether that plays again into the hands of McCarthy. Gap was 0.8, it's down to 7. McCarthy fractionally quicker, but nothing to write home about. Bicocci still in that 3rd place. Oliver Bullock doing incredibly well to hold on briefly to, well, for that 4th place, although now Abel Hutton moves himself back up into P4. From Oliver Bullock, who's under pressure as well from the 68 of Tommy Burgoyne, another driver who had a less than ideal opening lap, along with Aston Wilson, who is just behind them. And down the back straight they go now as Bullock pulls out of the slipstream. Burgoyne pulled out the slipstream to try and find a way through. Couldn't get it done early doors, gets it done towards the end on Oliver Bullock, and you'll see them coming into shot now. And there is Tommy Burgoyne in the black helmet, in front of Oliver Bullock in the blue number 18 machine. Minute and 30 on the clock. As through comes your race leader Daniel Ziad. He's got nearly 9/10 of a second now from Sebastian McCarthy. Looks to be effectively home and dry. Just got one more kart to potentially navigate in front. And then has got clear track all the way to the checkered flag. Well, they're lapping in the 47.5s. They'll cross the timing line, I think, with just about that on the clock. They might get 3 laps in here as Daniel Ziad goes all the way around the outside, finds his way through on the traffic, and I think he will probably find that they've got 3 laps for Daniel Ziad. Although he has opened up the gap even further now to Sebastian McCarthy, gap out to just over 1 second from Ziad to McCarthy. So time is down to 10 seconds. I think Ziad may well just nip under the timing line. No, he won't. We are down to 0 just as, and he sees the final lap board for Daniel Ziad and Sebastian McCarthy. So Ziad leads then from McCarthy, Bicocci, Hutton, Burgoyne, Bullock, Wilson, Reggie Cook, Calais Tennant, Andrew McCrossan, and then Lily Moore in 11th place in front of Jacob McDonald and Edward Charlton. McDonald, though, closing in on the back of the 26 of Lily Moore as they head up to around hairpin number 2. Down the back straight they'll go. Out of South Bank, though, comes your race leader, Daniel Ziad. Leading from Sebastian McCarthy. The gap's opened up pretty much lap on lap, fraction by fraction. It's going to give Daniel Ziad the victory by just over a second. Ziad with the win from Sebastian McCarthy and then Luca Bicocci. The rest of the field still making their way through some traffic. It's going to be Abel Hutton coming through now. There he is in the yellow helmet. He'll be in 4th place in front of Tommy Burgoyne, Oliver Bullock and Aston Wilson, with Reggie Cook will come through now in the bright yellow machine for 8th place. Calais Tennant and Andrew McCrossan complete your runners. Still on the lead lap with Jacob McDonald, Lily Moore and Edward Charlton completing your 13 kart grid. Inters then are away and racing, or well, heading up towards the timing. So Hamish Gordon then will lead us round. Drew Davidson alongside Logan Jones and Aaron Rigg, with Noah Wicklow and Buddy Hugo in front of James Darling, Max Hall and Florence Walkington. Tom Nichols, Albie Cam, Ronnie Harrer are your R200 runners. Up towards the timing line they come then. Green flag is up, green flag is down, as Hamish Gordon will lead us up towards the national loop for the first time. Logan Jones in the wheel tracks. Wide goes Drew Davidson again. Needs to not lose too many places, as we found out he's got the pace to win races if he can stay with the leaders on the opening couple of laps. And on this occasion again, levered wide. He's going to come out in 5th place, and he's still got plenty of work to do because Aaron Rigg is down the inside of him as well. And looks like he's going to come out. Rigg has to slot back in R200 there away, with Tom Nichols leading from Albie Cam and Ronnie Harrer. So Gordon in front of Jones, with Wicklow side by side. Drew Davidson and Buddy Hugo. Through goes Davidson up into 4th place. Hugo P5, Aaron Rigg in front of James Darling, Max Hall, Florence Walkington. Your 9 runners as Nichols, Cam and Harrer cross the line in the R200 class. So Drew Davidson, who we saw in that first race, who had all the pace towards the end of it, is now up into that 4th place. And whether he can do anything about Logan Jones and Noah Wicklow. Wicklow in his first race weekend in Inter stepped up into that car in the middle of the week for a test day, and so seems to be adapting very, very well to the additional power. Still the same size chassis, and by adapting well, I mean overtaking Logan Jones for 2nd place. Down the inside he goes. And through goes Drew Davidson as well. Gap at the front is 0.7 of a second. Now with Wicklow in that 2nd place, can Drew Davidson work with, or at least find a way through to try and push on? Davidson with the fastest lap of the race, 1/10 quicker than the leader, 0.3 quicker than Noah Wicklow on that previous lap, but Wicklow was battling through and opened the door for Drew Davidson. Davidson with trying to get a little bit of a switch back out of hairpin number 4. Gap to the lead was 0.7 on the previous lap. It's down to 6, another fastest lap by Drew Davidson this time round. So 0.6 of a second was the gap. Wicklow looks to be a little bit closer, and indeed is. Fastest lap of the race by Wicklow, 43.7, or just under half a second. Is the gap where now they'll be benefiting greatly from that slipstream down the back straight. As Hamish Gordon has a look over the shoulder that may well suggest a little bit of nervousness from Hamish Gordon. So Wicklow closing, Gordon going wide round the exit of South Bank. Down the inside goes Noah Wicklow. And the gap will almost certainly be down from that 0.4. Indeed it is. 1/4 of a second. The gap now as Wicklow sets the fastest lap of the race, 43.668. That's the fastest lap of the day so far by Noah Wicklow. Now with a nice car in front of him to chase, and bearing in mind that it was the South Bank corner as Wicklow tells Hamish Gordon to look forward and trying to see if he can open up a bit more of a gap to Drew Davidson before he makes an overtaking attempt on Hamish Gordon. Still 3 minutes to go, so probably around 5 laps. Doesn't need to get involved too early and back himself up, but Davidson's had a good lap this time round and closes in by 1/10 of a second. The leaders split by half a second as they go round the national loop. Wicklow very strong round that national loop corner and pulls a kart length or 2 in on the back of the number 75 machine of Hamish Gordon. Down the back straight they go, and Wicklow is a little bit closer this time, not close enough to pull out. So, wouldn't have been surprised to see a nose down the inside just to see if he fancied. I'll see whether Hamish Gordon was going to move out of the way. So 0.2 is the gap, but when they are nose to tail over the timing line, it doesn't really make a massive difference. And Wicklow with a huge closing speed into hairpin number 1. I think he might have learnt something from that lap, that he can probably break a kart length or a kart length and a half later than what he has been doing on previous laps. Reports potentially of a spot or two of drizzle. I don't think it's going to probably more psychological at the moment on the visor than it is for drivers, but we'll have a look at terms of lap times. They are down by a few tenths of a second, around about half a second from the previous laps. But again, like I say, potentially that psychological, just bit of one or two spots on the visor. So Wicklow again, incredibly late on the brakes. If he can be a little bit closer through the chicanes on Hamish Gordon, I think there's a move coming. In fact, this lap he's very close, down the back straight, up towards the South Bank corner. See no reason there why Wicklow couldn't have popped out of the slipstream and made a move through. There'll be 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Drivers lapping in the 43s. We hit that mark now as they come over the timing line. 2 to go then. Gordon from Wicklow. Drew Davidson in 3rd place. Aaron Rigg in 4th, which has been a lonely quest for Rigg. As has Logan Jones, who fell away from the front row. Down the back straight they'll go. Could this be the time now for Noah Wicklow? Because there's some lap traffic coming up, and indeed it is. Wicklow out of the slipstream, and through he goes. Wicklow will lead, but then up towards hairpin through. Down the inside goes Hamish Gordon. Wicklow sees it coming and just drives all the way around the outside. Oh, I thought he was going to straight line it into 4. Gordon back into the lead then. Last lap board coming up. Lap traffic in front for them to contend with as well. All to play for in this Max and R200 second heat. Wicklow hard on the brakes into hairpin 1. He definitely learnt something earlier as he went down the inside. Oh, and then up over the back of him goes Hamish Gordon. They'll be side by side down the back straight, but it'll be Drew Davidson who's on the inside. And Drew Davidson will then lead up towards hairpin number 3. Lap traffic in front for them to contend with. He's going to have to straight line it into 4. Wicklow's down the inside with him. And up towards the timing line they come. Davidson from Wicklow. Wicklow's happy with 2nd, but he's going to be disappointed, I think, in about a minute's time when he realises that his rear bumper's hanging off, courtesy of the incident on the final lap with Hamish Gordon. As Gordon went up and over the back. So, happiness on the finish line for Noah Wicklow. Although I think that may well become disappointment in around about a minute and a half's time. On track at least, we'll leave that to others. It's Drew Davidson from Noah Wicklow and Hamish Gordon, Aaron Rigg, Logan Jones and Buddy Hugo, James Darling, Max Hall, Florence Walkington, Tom Nichols with another win in Honda R200. Gap is 2.8 seconds, a little bit closer this time from Albie Cam back to Ronnie Harrah. Next up then is Junior Rotax, and if this race is half as good as the first one, which if you've only just joined us, certainly go back and watch that during the lunch break. It will be very, very entertaining because the first instalment was a classic. Amy Peacock and Jacob Carnes then will go off the front row. Thomas Harper and Alfie McBain row 2. Jake Grufferty and Alex Lynn on row number 3 with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Jake Anders on row 4. Layla Berryman starts 9th, Samuel Yeadon in 10th, Ava Reynolds and Hector Sadlowski 11th and 12th. Morgan Cooney and Layla Bell on row number 7 in front of Joey Swan and Jaden Stonehouse. Cian Hundle and what should have been Nico Webers, but I believe he's going to miss this one due to some damaged ribs. He should hopefully be back out for the final. And then we've got Tom Marshall and Ryan White coming through from the back of the pack after a Heat 1 retirement. Saw White remove himself from the battle for the lead, which at the time was 10 carts deep. Power down, we're away and racing. It's not been a particularly great start from Jacob Carnes. The front row there was Amy Peacock. It is tipped into a spin by what looked like the 156 of Thomas Harper. And she'll rejoin the pole sitter. Will rejoin all the way down the order. Harper leads then from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Scrub that from the records. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson leads now from Thomas Harper. As she goes down the inside, then it's going to be Grufferty in 3rd place. Gap back then to Alex Lynn in front of Layla Berryman for your top 5. That looks like we've got Jacob Carnes. Jake Anders is in the mix as well in the blue helmet in the white and green TB cart. Stansmore-Wilson, though, with a good gap as she crosses the timing line at the start of lap number 1, 0.6 of a second. Back to Thomas Harper and Jake Grufferty, Alex Lynn, Layla Berryman, Jacob Carnes, Jake Anders, Alfie McBain, Samuel Weedon, Hector Sadlowski. Great start from Ryan White. He goes from 19th to 11th on lap number 1. He board the number 47 machine. He's in front of Morgan Cooney and Jaden Stonehouse, Layla Bell, Joey Swan and Cian Hundle, Amy Peacock. We've got Ava Reynolds retiring at South Bank. Waved yellow flag up there until the carts are past Marshall post number 3, so there'll be no overtaking. All of our juniors obliging fully with that yellow flag as Reynolds retires in the 111 machine. Harper then, fastest lap of the race, but only a fraction quicker and under a lot of pressure from the number 7 of Jake Grufferty. And then he goes wide at hairpin number 1. Grufferty will be alongside and will be hopeful of a switchback. So they go down the back straight. He doesn't quite get there and the field starting to spread slightly. But Alex Lynn showing some good pace in 4th place. Looks like he dropped off by a 10th on the previous lap, but it's actually closing up now on the back of Thomas Harper, Jake Grufferty in that battle for 2nd place. And I'd expect him to be a lot closer this time. Indeed is, and sets the fastest lap of the race. A 10th and a half quicker for Alex Lynn than the duo in front of him. Currently taking full advantage of Jacob Carnes, backing up Layla Berryman, Jake Anders and Alfie McBain. Down the inside of Samuel Yeadon goes Hector Sadlowski. And then he's going to have his place taken away from him as well by Ryan White, who gets 2 overtakes for the price of 1. So we've got that battle then. Sadlowski, White, Cooney is on the back of it as well. Ryan White's found his way through in front of Samuel Yeadon. He'll jump up to P9 for Ryan White. Thomas Harper with the fastest lap of the race as he takes 0.2 of a second out of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, but goes wide again at hairpin number 1. It's the fastest line, unless you find a Jake Grufferty trying to stick his nose down the inside. It's a risky endeavour for Thomas Harper, who's trying to keep the pace up, but is opening himself up to attack from Jake Grufferty. And you're not going to go quicker if you're then rubbing wheels with the cart behind you, who's got every right to go for that move down the inside if you leave the door open. Nonetheless, both of them are reeling in Isabella Stansmore-Wilson at the front of this race. And now the top 3 are split by 0.4 of a second. And this will also play into the hands as well, I think, of Alex Lynn, who could well get drawn back into this lead battle should they start battling. Jacob Carnes has managed to break free of Layla Berryman and Alfie McBain. McBain's got a good run out of hairpin number 2 in the background. And can he make a run down the inside of Berryman? No, he can't, because Berryman defends into South Bank. 4 minutes on the clock, half race distance in junior Rotax. And it's still Isabella Stansmore-Wilson leading at the front of this race from Thomas Harper. Harper does not look close enough around the National again, takes that wider line. Will he straight line it into hairpin 2? He won't, but Gruffity will. Down the inside he goes. They'll run side by side down the back straight. Harper will have enough to hold on. And they haven't lost a huge amount of time either to the back of Stansmore-Wilson. But Gruffity having another nibble at Thomas Harper. And this time the job is done by Gruffity. They've lost a few cart lengths off Stansmore-Wilson, but I get the feeling they'll draw that back in with a few laps of working together. And Gruffity, who started this race in 5th place, Stansmore-Wilson, who inherited the lead on lap number 1, courtesy of a troubled opening lap for those drivers at the front, namely Amy Peacock, who is currently running in P14, has found a way past Layla Bell on that previous lap, but now has got a little bit of work to do to catch up to the 27 of Jaden Stonehouse in 13th place. Carnes has closed in on Alex Lynn. In turn, Alex Lynn is actually closing in on those in front of him again as well. Oh, Layla Berryman arrives across the grass in front of the commentary box. She was in a battle with Alfie McBain at the time, although it's good to know the transponders still work when going backwards over the timing line as well as forwards. She rejoins just in front of Amy Peacock in P13, and we'll have grass all over the tyres, which should allow Peacock to have a lap or so attacking Layla Berryman. Back towards the front then, we do now go all the way down to 5th place pretty much, with Stansmore-Wilson, Gruffity, Harper, Lynn and Carnes. Those behind are fragmented all the way back to Samuel Yeadon. He's got Hector Savlosky and Morgan Cooney for company in 9th, 10th, 11th respectively. Then there's another gap back to Jaden Stonehouse. In pulls Layla Bell to retire the number 33 machine, her debut race weekend in junior Rotax. This heat comes to an end. She'll be back out for the final, hopefully, as Peacock does go down the inside, as does Jake Gruffity into hairpin number 3. He goes down the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Thomas Harper then sweeps round the outside. He'll slot through as Alex Lynn and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Lynn all the way down the inside on the right-hander and gets the job done. Alex Lynn up into 3rd place. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson shuffled from 1st down into 4th place. 46 seconds on the clock. 3 laps to go in junior Rotax, and she's back down the inside of Alex Lynn, and Jacob Carnes is coming back into it as well. He's going to move up, I think, into 4th place. Is he? No, he's not. Door closed on him by Alex Lynn, so Stansmore-Wilson 3rd, Lynn in 4th, and then it's 4th for Carnes. Gap back to Alfie McBain. Ryan White down the inside of Jake Anders. 2 laps to go as Gruffity crosses the line then in front of Thomas Harper. Lap and a half with Gruffity leading this race. Harper with a good run out of hairpin number 2. Gruffity, maybe not so much a Harper good run. Maybe Gruffity was just a little bit untidy because he felt the need to look over his shoulder. And through goes Thomas Harper to lead this race as they head up towards the timing line to see the last lap board in a few moments' time. Final lap is out. And Thomas Harper will lead us round hairpin number 1. This time it doesn't matter if he's slightly wide because Gruffity wasn't close enough to drop her nose down the inside. Gruffity may have Isabella Stansmore-Wilson to contend with on this final lap. if she can get close enough, or if Harper manages to defend enough and back Gruffity up. Not quite close enough, Gruffity, to go down the inside. Thomas Harper will come out of hairpin number 4. And heat number 2 goes the way of the 156 from Gruffity and Stansmore Wilson. Lynn Carnes and McBain. Ryan White, 19th at the start to 7th at the end for Ryan White. Jake Anders, Samuel Yeadon and Hector Sudlowski, with Morgan Cooney, Jaden Stonehouse and Amy Peacock in front of Layla Berryman, Kian Hundle, Joey Swan, Tom Marshall, and then your retirees, Layla Bell and Ava Reynolds. So Ava Reynolds' 111 machine returned to the pit lane courtesy of the recovery quad. And we are replacing those with senior Rotax now. Joseph Yao, the Heat 1 winner, will lead us round with Maya Simpson sharing the front row. Elliot Dalton Ayres and James Philip King, Oscar Warren, Oliver O'Donovan with Holly Swan and Jensen Cook in front of Alfie Slater and Paul Swan. Evelyn Bye, Harry Hadley and Bailey Thompson completing your field. Paul Swan very late out of the pit lane, so maybe some problems getting going for Paul in the number 33 machine. So Paul normally running the 95, but Holly Swan has moved up into senior Rotax for this season. So Paul has took one for the team, and he's going to change his number. All of the Swans normally running 95, but now they're in the same class, they can't. So he's moved back to the number 33, which I believe he ran early doors. Here we go then, it's another slow one, albeit this time led by Joseph Yao in Senior Max. We are away and racing at the first time of asking as they head up towards the national loop for the first time. Yao will lead us through. It's been a good start from Oscar Waugh as he tries to get down the inside of Elliot Dalton-Ayres. Dalton-Ayres in second place. Waugh and Maya Simpson off the front row has dropped down from second into fourth place. James Philip King in P5 with Oliver O'Donovan. And then it's the number 76 machine of Alfie Slater, who again making a good start, this time moving himself up from ninth place into what appears to be P7. So good start as Maya Simpson down the inside of Oscar Waugh into hairpin number 3. Nice sharp elbows there by Maya Simpson as she helps her way through up into third place. So Yao from Dalton-Ayres, Simpson, Waugh, King, O'Donovan, Slater, Cook, Hadley and Swan. That's Paul in front of Holly Swan. In the number 11 machine, Evelyn Bye and Bailey Thompson, your runners in this Senior Max race. Now it was Yao, Dalton-Ayres and Simpson that went at it in heat number 1, and Simpson goes down the inside of Elliot Dalton-Ayres in the right-hander of hairpin number 3. Yao gets it on the brakes into hairpin number 1, gets a little bit crossed up as James Philip King down the inside of Oscar Waugh. They're going to switch back, and what was a train of 6 is now going to be a train of 3 and 3 as King tries to squeeze Waugh to the inside, and he's going to try and go all the way around the outside. When he turns in, though, he may well find an Oliver O'Donovan on the inside of him, and then an Oliver O'Donovan then on the outside of him, and that's a superb and well-scouted move by Oliver O'Donovan, who just sat back and watched things unfold in front of him and just popped his car in the right place at the right time and moves himself up into 5th place. And O'Donovan, who had a decent showing in the first heat, I'm just going to have a quick look. I don't know whether he got a front fairing penalty. Yes, he did, and that's why he started a little bit further down the order than what I expected him to for Oliver O'Donovan, who did finish in 3rd place in the first race of the day and will now find his way down the inside of Oscar Waugh. Waugh's going to come back at him. They're still side by side, and Waugh is back through into 4th place and holds on. But Oliver O'Donovan with pace to challenge right at the front here this weekend. Just needs to make sure that front fairing stays out in the final, and that he can get a good start and go with the leading trio, because at the moment they were all together at one point this 6, and now the 3 at the front haven't battled at all. 4th, 5th and 6th have battled and are battling continuously, and they're backing themselves up as O'Donovan finally gets the job done, and that allows King to come down the inside of Oscar Waugh as well, and Waugh moves himself from 4th into 6th with O'Donovan and then King taking full advantage. Simpson is closing in on the back of Joseph Yao. Elliot Dalton-Ayres there in 3rd place as well. At the moment, the powder very, very dry. James Philip King and Oscar Waugh in 5th and 6th place respectively, although not at the rate of knots required to catch the 3 leaders. as Yao and Simpson still nose to tail over the timing line. There's a gap back to Elliot Daltonairs now of 3 or 4 tenths of a second. Oliver O'Donovan with the fastest lap of the race, 4 tenths faster than those in front of him. However, with only 3 minutes on the clock, he's going to be heavily reliant on Yao, Simpson and Daltonairs scrapping this out to allow him to get into the battle for the lead here. And just as I say that, Simpson with a move down the inside of Joseph Yao for the lead, still side by side and up and over the timing line, and it's going to be exactly what Oliver O'Donovan wants to see. He takes another 2 tenths of a second. He's still a second or so off this leading trio, but that's just a few overtake attempts or a few nudges into the rear quarter or a cart down the inside that slows the exit, and it's going to put him well within slipstream territory. Still 2 minutes on the clock as they head down the back straight. 41-second lap, so 20 seconds of this lap and then maybe 3 or 4 more for Oliver O'Donovan. It's going to be a tough ask to get into the mix for the victory, but genuinely, who knows, with the trio in front likely to battle it out. Simpson strong round the national loop and closes up a few kart lengths to Joseph Yao. 3 of them still nose to tail. Train down the back straight for the 3 of them. O'Donovan again quicker by just under 4 tenths of a second. And may well just get onto the back of this as they start squabbling. And given that the 3 of them may well be preoccupied, it could well be a stealthy attack for the driver in the all-black helmet. And Yao, into the first corner, just gripped up a little bit too much there, it looked like, by Joseph Yao as he jacked it in. The cart skipped across the tarmac at hairpin number 1. And Joseph Yao leading from Maya Simpson as the 60 of Bailey Thompson peels off into the pit lane. Down the inside goes Simpson at hairpin number 4. Change for the lead. As through comes Simpson. 2 laps to go. Simpson leads from Yao. Elliot Daltonairs, Oliver O'Donovan is right up onto the back of the trio of karts in front. Now we've got a challenge on from Oliver O'Donovan. They have managed to back themselves up, but at the same time, his pace has been phenomenal in the 64 machine to draw up onto the back of this leading trio that haven't really battled too much, with the exception of Simpson and Yao for half a lap earlier on, and then Simpson that time going down the inside of Joseph Yao at hairpin number 4. But as they come up towards the timing line to see the last lap board this time, Simpson's actually got a little bit of a gap, 2 or 3 kart lengths, back to Joseph Yao, Elliot Daltonairs and Oliver O'Donovan. Good battle going on halfway down the order. Alfie Slater still holding off Evelyn Bye, Holly Swan, Jensen Cook, and Harry Hadley not too far off the back of that either. Oh, contact! Evelyn Bye into the back of Alfie Slater at hairpin number 1. Slater gets turned round into a spin. He is okay. He went up onto 2 wheels, but he's all right and rejoins the race. But contact between Evelyn Bye and Alfie Slater. Out of the final corner, though, will come Maya Simpson. Simpson takes the victory from Yao, Oliver O'Donovan, and Elliot Daltonairs, Oscar Waugh and James Philip King. Then it's going to be Holly Swan getting in front of Evelyn Bye after the contact between Bye and Alfie Slater. Jensen Cook, Harry Hadley. Slater will cross the line in P11. Holly Swan and Bailey Thompson complete your 13-kart grid. First of our finals from the 2025 Winter O-Plate meeting here at Teesside, round 2 of the Teesside Winter Series. And we are lined up for our final. Logan Grassi on the pole position. Ayrton Tennant will go round the outside of him in the Mighty. The powertrain just giving him a little bit more off the line, as it has in all of the other races here today. And Logan Grassi in the other two has managed to move through and open up very commanding gaps at the front in our Bambino class, and already has closed up onto the back of the 48 of Ayrton Tennant, but has spun at hairpin number 2. And then Jake Wynn will move through then to lead the Coma class as they go down the back straight. And now Logan Grassi's got a little bit of work to do. Control Alt and Delete for the young man and press the reset button, as he has got 7.5 minutes or so to try and close back in on the 48 overall of Ayrton Tennant and the 66 of Jake Wynn in front of him. So at the end of lap number 1, Logan Grassi will come through to lead. Ayrton Tennant will come through to lead overall after that spin from Logan Grassi. Jake Wynn over the line to lead Comas at the end of lap number 1 as they go round the national loop. Logan Grassi just behind. So head through the chicanes and up towards hairpin number 1. Grassi will go down the inside as Wynn takes the middle line round the first of the 2 switchback hairpins, and Grassi is away and retakes the lead in our Coma ranks. Still got a bit of work to do though to close up on Ayrton Tennant at the front. So Tennant then with the fastest lap of the race so far, that 1:07 on the opening lap. With now Logan Grassi closing, as there you see Grassi coming through the camera shot, a 1:01.65, 2 seconds almost faster than Ayrton Tennant in the number 48. So they loop round the National, as you see Jake Wynn there with a 1:05.086. That's been his fastest lap time of the day. Driver of that number 66 machine, continuing to improve as the leading duo head down the back straight now for what will be the 3rd time. Grassi right behind Ayrton Tennant. Taking a wider line to carry the speed. Won't go down the inside of hairpin 4 though. Yes, he will, because wide goes Ayrton Tennant, who took the tighter line on entry that took him off the racing line, and through goes Logan Grassi to take the overall lead, already leading in Comas. So through he goes, and now Logan Grassi with the lead, that 1:01.112 for Grassi. 4 minutes on the clock in this race. So Logan Grassi from Ayrton Tennant and Jake Wynn, half race distance at 4 minutes. And what is the second round, as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, of the 4-round Teesside Winter Series, but also covering the O-Plate here at Teesside. Round 3 sees us head towards Three Sisters, 24th and 25th of January. And then we have the final round of this Winter Championship, 21st and 22nd of February at Glanugors in North Wales. If you are doing particularly well in the Winter Series, keep the weekend after GYG free. That's when we have our annual awards presentation at the Leonardo Hotel in Middlesbrough. And those of you that have finished in the top 3 places in the Winter Series standings will be able to collect your trophies from the Leonardo Hotel on that evening, on Saturday the 28th of February. Logan Grassi opening the gap up now, a personal best and the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, a 1:7:59. Ayrton Tennant also a personal best, that 1:02:185 for him. And Grassi, who's won the previous race by nearly 20 seconds, on this occasion the spin on the opening lap hampered his progress at opening up such a gap on this occasion, but seems to be finding a nice rhythm now. Is Logan Grassi. Out of hairpin number 2 he goes. 2:15 on the clock. So that'll drop down below the 2-minute mark, so it should be 3 laps at the end of this one. Bringing that number 28 machine up and round South Bank. Showing some nice consistent lines. Here's Logan Grassi. So 1:46 on the clock, 1 minute lap, so 3 to go then for Grassi as he makes his way up and through the D chicane, the track rising up and then falling away and then rising again as they go round this long sweeping, slightly banked national loop. Corner. Grassi going slightly wide at hairpin number 1. Tidies it up at hairpin 2 though. As he heads off down that back straight. Gap out to 8 seconds at the front after an opening lap that saw him most of the run. He would have normally done around about a 1:07 on lap number 1. I think it lost him around about 4 or 5 seconds, did Logan Grassi. So a spin affected, that would be out to around about 12 or 13 seconds as it stands for Grassi. Penultimate lap commenced. It's a few tenths off his personal best, and it came on lap number 5. But he's just doing enough at the moment to keep his mind at ease at the front. Just got to keep pushing to a level. Don't want to ease off and lose concentration. Time at the top of the screen goes down to 0 for Logan Grassi. 2 more corners in hairpins 3 and 4, and then through the sweeping bend of the dogleg of now what appears to be drizzle coming heavily out of the sky now. I think the lap times may well begin to drop, albeit on these Bambino runners. They are on a treaded tyre anyway, but there's definitely rain now coming from the sky. Lap time didn't particularly drop on the previous lap for Grassi, but just needs to be careful. Just tiptoe that cart round. He's earned the right with a gap of 13 seconds back to his rivals to take a fairly easy run at things on this final lap. Spin for Jake Wynn down the far end of the circuit at hairpin 3, no harm done. Through comes Jake Wynn. Out of the final corner though will come Logan Grassi to cross the timing line, take victory here at the Teesside O Plate. Logan Grassi wins the final in the number 28 machine. Opened up the gap throughout the race, managed to navigate the final lap as the rain started to fall, and Logan Grassi takes the victory. It's going to be Ayrton Tennant in second place. He's coming out of hairpin number 4 now. So through comes Ayrton Tennant. He's going to take victory. So in the Might E's and second place overall. And then it's going to be Jake Wynn. Just a public service announcement over the P8 for those drivers that are on the dummy grid already. Due to the changing weather conditions, we're going to go to an open meeting. Drivers that are already in the dummy grid will have the opportunity to take their car out of the dummy grid and put wet tyres on if they wish. From now at 14:04, you have 5 minutes to put wet tyres on if you wish. So we're going to have a 5-minute delay should you wish to put your wet tyres on from 14:04. You have till 14:09 should you wish to, and then the gate will be closed and we will go racing. So you've got 5 minutes if you want to put your wets on as of now. And we head out back onto circuit for our Micro Max final. Ellis Holt and George Allison will be on the front row. They've been the top two throughout the day. Ellen and Shelby Parsonage and Matty Smith, row number 2. Daniel Thompson and Archie Mostyn go off row number 3. They're on the same number of points, but Thompson finished higher in the first heat of the day, hence why he will start P5, Mostyn P6, and Tyler Grufferty will complete your grid in P7. The rain came, the rain stopped, and it would appear that the rain has returned once again. So hopefully everybody went for the wet tyre, being given the option. We shall find out as they head up towards the timing line. Over they go, we're away and racing. George Allison's going to try and go all the way around the outside of Ellis Holt, and indeed does. Holt then understeers very wide and falls all the way to the back. I wonder if he stayed on slicks. But Allison leads then from Matty Smith. And I do indeed think that Ellis Holt may well have stayed on slicks. And for a driver that's won both races, that's a very tough break, because it did stop raining and looked like, for all intents and purposes, after a couple of laps, he may have the option of driving off. But as soon as he came up and over the start line, he was shaking his head, was Ellis Holt. It's been a very, very tough break for him in that E-plated cart. But Matty Smith now has taken the lead in the number 81 machine, not finished a race inside the top 3 throughout the day, although has been inside the top 3. And he's going to come through, and I think will lead us over the timing line at the end of lap number 1. Smith from George Allison, Archie Mostyn, Daniel Thompson, Ellen and Shelby Parsonage, Tyler Grufferty, and Ellis Holt in 7th place. As wide goes George Allison, through down the inside goes Archie Mostyn up into 2nd place. So Smith will lead then. Mostyn in 2nd place. It looked like there's going to be a good run there by Daniel Thompson down the inside, but on the wet line round the outside went George Allison. Oh, round, I think that's Archie Mostyn and George Allison coming together. Is it round South Bank? Indeed it is. Archie Mostyn, who was running in 2nd place. I didn't see whether there was contact between the two of them or whether one spun, the other went with. We'll see if I can have a quick look on the... see if we can replay, and we'll have a quick look. But at the moment, Smith from Thompson. Thompson with a faster lap on the previous lap by 0.6 of a second from Matty Smith. Smith, though, the one in front, sort of feeling it out for everybody else. They're able to watch his lines and see whether what he's doing works in comparison to everybody else. 3rd place, Ellen and Shelby Parsonage. George Allison trying to find the way back inside that top 3 is Matty Smith, not particularly fast out of hairpin 4. Daniel Thompson pushing him out of the corner. So top 4 then. Smith, Thompson, Parsonage, Allison. Smith at the front, feeling his way through, but Thompson with a good run out of hairpin number 2 down the back straight. Parsonage comes off the line ever so slightly. Matty Smith, we've still got plenty of time here with an extra 2 minutes for our micro Rotax drivers. I do think the line down the inside, particularly around South Bank, is the line to take at the moment. Whilst the track is slippy, it's not devoid of grip, particularly on that inside. As it gets wetter, they always generally tend to migrate to the middle and round the outside. Still as we were at the front. Keeping an eye out on Archie Mostyn. His pace is very similar to those in front. Fastest lap of the race still with Matty Smith from the opening lap where they didn't have to take the D chicane. But personal best on the previous from Daniel Thompson, who looks like he could have the pace to pull away. He just can't find a way through on this slippy circuit. That could be the opportunity. They'll run side by side out of hairpin 4. Slots back into position. Round the national loop they go. Still 5 minutes of this race. Thompson with the fastest lap on the previous, so they're starting to get now a little bit faster, but you can see the tyre lines round the left-hander of hairpin number 1, where each of the carts go. So there is still a lot of dampness there, and we are probably 7 seconds off the dry pace. So see whether the track continues to dry up. Looks like the rain certainly has stopped. Nobody's brought an umbrella with them. Although there is one out to the left-hand side of the commentary box. There's the run then for it with a potential change for the lead. Daniel Thompson slides through. Can you get down the inside? I think if he'd have squeezed Matty Smith a little bit more there, Thompson would have come through to take the lead. Has certainly led for a few metres of that run out of hairpin number 4, but Matty Smith wrestles it back, and then as the sentence is complete, Daniel Thompson is back through at the chicanes and moves himself into the lead. So Thompson from Smith, Parsonage then in 3rd place, Allison in 4th, having fallen down the order with the spin up at South Bank early on in the race with Archie Mostyn. Tyler Grufferty and Ellis Holt still, unfortunately for him, soldiering on the slick tyres. They rolled the dice and stayed on slicks for Ellis Holt. It's not quite worked out for him. If this second spot of rain didn't come, I think that we'd be looking at our race winner right there, given the pace he's had throughout the race day. But sometimes you can only play the hand that you're dealt, and Daniel Thompson is playing that hand very well as round goes Matty Smith, and Eleanor Shelby Parsonage had nowhere to go. Cart hits the brakes, understeers, and they both have a little bit of an excursion on the outside. Smith with the initial spin, Parsonage with very little in the way to go, and George Allison moves up from 4th place into 2nd place. Smith and Parsonage then will now argue over the final step of the podium with 2 minutes 36 on the clock. And that will give Archie Mostyn a bit of a chance as well to get back onto those 2 in front. So he's going to cop through the camera shot there. So bit of a lifeline after the spin earlier on from Archie Mostyn. Leaders will almost certainly catch Ellis Holt at some point in the next lap or 2, just given the pace difference. Holt some 7 seconds off at the moment as it stands. So very likely that Thompson will catch at the end of this lap. Here comes Parsonage once again, trying to go down the inside, then that becomes the outside as they come over the timing line on Matty Smith. Smith then carries a little bit too much speed into the D chicane. That was going to allow Parsonage to stick a nose down the inside. Thompson just needs to be very careful getting through the traffic now. Credit to Holt, he's not had a single excursion at all on those slicks in the E-plate. It's just unfortunate the pace that's been offered to him on those slick tyres is going to take him completely out of contention as Thompson comes through to pop a lap on Ellis Holt. So Thompson, he was going very, very wide there on the exit of hairpin number 4, and went up and over the curbs, and I think that was partly due to looking over his shoulder, looking back to see where the rest of the train were, and just understeered wide. Just needs to focus. You can do all the looking around you want in 30 seconds and 1 lap's time. So he heads off down the back straight. Parsonage and Smith still battling it out over over 3rd place, the final step on the podium. Looks like the grip certainly to the inside of hairpin 2 there, as Smith went down the inside route and pulled a good gap on Parsonage. He's set the fastest lap of the race now, and it is getting quicker. 54.29, so 54.3 effectively. And to be fair, Ellis Holt's getting quicker as well on the slick. So we're heading towards the crossover zone, still around about 5 seconds. So I'd be very surprised to see any of the Honda Cadets on slicks. But then after we go then into the inters and the juniors, we might see a few people rolling the dice if the rain has stopped. On to the final lap then, as Daniel Thompson has a slidey moment at hairpin number 2. Not only a slidey moment, but potentially a bit of a nervous moment, as Parsonage and Smith still battling it out over this 3rd place. Parsonage this time has seen that Smith was quicker by going down the inside and has taken a very, very similar route. But Daniel Thompson comes round South Bank, hairpin 3 and hairpin 4 as well. Just got to keep it planted. Daniel Thompson has driven a superb race on wet tyres. Thompson will take the victory from George Allison in 2nd place. They're side by side for the final step on the podium. Parsonage takes it at the line from Matty Smith. Eleanor Shelby Parsonage was in 3rd place for about 20 metres of that final. It was the 20 metres that mattered though. She takes the checkered flag in 3rd place from Matty Smith and Archie Mostyn, with Tyler Gruffity finishing in 6th place, the final runner on the lead lap. Disappointment for Ellis Holt, who stayed on the slick tyre, and unfortunately it did not pay off. So Ellis Holt, who'd won both of our heats here today, comes away, unfortunately, with nothing to show for his hard work. Still a good final for him, though. He had some solid pace and consistent pace as well on slick tyres in the wet weather conditions, but pretty much on that rolling up lap you could see that with the shake of his head that it wasn't going to be for Ellis Holt, unfortunately, in this final. He'll come back though, I'm sure, and it will be a character building one for Ellis Holt. So, micros in, Honda's out, as Daniel Ziad will lead us round. He'll be alongside Sebastian McCarthy on the front row, Abel Hutton and Luca Bicocci on the 2nd row. Tommy Burgoyne, Aston Wilson on row number 3, Oliver Bullock and Calais Tennant on row 4, Reggie Cook, Andrew McCrossan go row 5, with Jacob McDonald, Edward Charlton, and should have had Lily Moore, but doesn't look like she's made it out for the final, unfortunately. So it looks like we are running as 12 for this final for our Hondas. If you, we don't have a bookmaker, but if anybody was here was going to take some money, put it on the Scotsman. It always rains up there, and they always tend to be very good at it. So Bicocci and Burgoyne are ones to watch out for me. Let's see if anybody else can stick their name on the Teesside O plate for 2025. Ziad and McCarthy will lead us through, and just as I've built it up, I have my feet taken completely from under me. Wind from the sails has gone, and it's a false start. So field just slowing up nicely this time. I think it was just one or two at the back that weren't quite with us, but this time round the field looks like they're slowed up nicely and already into a 2x2 format with Ziad and McCarthy leading us round. $10 plus 1 lap on the clock for our Honda Cadet final here. Slow the pace down. See the acceleration cones. We go racing in Honda Cadet. Will the grip be on the outside for Sebastian McCarthy? The grip is on the outside for Sebastian McCarthy. He sweeps all the way around the outside of Daniel Ziad. Backwards in terms of track position goes Abel Hutton behind Luca Bicocci and Tommy Burgoyne. Burgoyne is down the inside of Bicocci. Yellow flag, 3 off on the outside. Looks like one of them could well be Aston Wilson on the outside with Oliver Bullock and the 44 of Calais Tennant going round. So just getting the car on the outside returned. It is indeed Aston Wilson, I believe. We'll keep an eye out for numbers. It is. He's changed his race number as well. Oh, with the muck on the tyres has sent him round at hairpin number 2. It will have cleaned them off, though, because he pushed the tyres back, and I think he might have a very muddy Aston Wilson when they come through. Side by side, though, Ziad's going to retake the lead as they come up in overtiming. Ziad will lead from McCarthy, Burgoyne, Bicocci, Hutton, Cook, McCrossan up into 7th place. Charlton, McDonald, Tennant, Bullock and Wilson were your 3. And Aston Wilson retires onto the grass at hairpin number 3. Pulls over to the right-hand side. Waved yellow flag. He's up and out of the cart very shortly. He goes, and Aston Wilson's day goes into retirement. Top 3 are breaking away. Ziad, McCarthy and Tommy Burgoyne are gapping Luca Bicocci, Abel Hutton and Reggie Cooks, going very, very well in the number 79 orange machine. Waved yellow flag though at hairpin 3 until they're past the incident. They're okay now. And heading up as Cook is past Abel Hutton, who goes wide at the far end of the circuit at hairpin number 4. And takes a very wide line again round the national loop, does Abel Hutton. It's Tommy Burgoyne, and he's going to try and move, is he? No, it was McCarthy down the inside of Ziad, and I thought that was going to allow Tommy Burgoyne to get a good run going straight towards the inside of hairpin number 2. Hasn't quite got there. So opportunity may well come to him later on into this lap. He's just very, very close to the back of Sebastian McCarthy and just keeps tapping away at the back of him. Bit of Morse code signal to the rear bumper of McCarthy, but I think certainly he's got some pace here as Tommy Burgoyne. And if he can find a way through on Sebastian McCarthy, neither McCarthy or Ziad are breaking away. All of them, though, nearly a second quicker than the chasing pack. Luca Bicocci in 4th place. Reggie Cook in P6 has moved away from Abel Hutton. Calais Tennant, Andrew McCrossan, Oliver Bullock, with Edward Charlton, Jacob McDonald. As wide goes McCrossan. Grip is on the inside there, as down the inside goes Oliver Bullock. And now we have got to move for 2nd place as Tommy Burgoyne goes down the inside of Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy's going to sweep round the outside, so there's grip on the inside, but there might be a little bit more, about a cart length off, or cart width off the racing line. As Burgoyne briefly moved up to 2nd. Ziad with a lead at the moment, but I say under pressure, but hasn't looked too troubled at the moment by Sebastian McCarthy, who's been under a bit more pressure from Tommy Burgoyne. Fastest lap of the race by Daniel Ziad. The times are some 6 seconds off what they're running in slicks at the moment. approach half race distance. 5 minutes plus 1 lap will be half race distance. As wide goes Ziad with a little bit of a bit of wheel spin. Now, if they've gone a bit high on pressure, that could be the rear end of that number 15 becoming a little bit loose. If McCarthy, who I mentioned early doors hasn't particularly been troubling Ziad at the front, has gone a little bit lower on pressure, could that kart potentially, as the track does briefly start to dry, will start coming to Sebastian McCarthy in that number 56 machine. He's certainly a lot closer to Daniel Ziad than what he has been on the last couple of laps. They'll run down towards the South Bank corner. McCarthy, I think, thinks about it, but Ziad's got it covered. Ziad goes middle track. Ziad's gone middle track, and it's not the right call. He's going to get a switch back down the inside of McCarthy, but I think he's going to learn from the next lap that there isn't the grip there that he thought there was going to be. And he might well find that kart parked. McCarthy again tries to draw alongside on the exit. Burgoyne looking a little bit less racy as to what he was earlier on. He was attacking McCarthy fairly regularly earlier on. At the moment now he's just settled nicely into that third place, seeing whether he can pick up some pieces from Ziad going slightly wide. McCarthy is side by side on the exit as they run up towards hairpin 2. This is where Burgoyne can potentially pick up some pieces and potentially work with as well, because if McCarthy pulls out to go down the inside, he does that, and through goes Burgoyne as well, as Ziad once again will take a much wider line. That kart doesn't seem to have a lot of grip early doors, and then just grips in and pitches and sends that number 15 machine down the bowl effectively at South Bank. Again, there's a switch back. This time it could be McCarthy through. Indeed, it is McCarthy through. He used the concrete rumble strip on the inside to get a superb launch. Did Sebastian McCarthy. He took a tighter line into hairpin 4, used the concrete on the inside, which is always going to be more grippier than the tarmac. Ziad now is right up onto the back of him, and now Ziad, for the first time, is going to be able to see where other drivers and what their lines are. Great battle of 5 going on round hairpin number 1, just coming in there with Cook, Tennant, Hutton, Bullock, and Andrew McCrossan all involved as well, which might try and catch a view of that one as all 5 of them run down towards South Bank. So McCarthy, Ziad and Burgoyne, there's your 5 in superb formation. That wasn't the order they were in when I said there was a great battle going on, but at the moment that looks like it's Calais Tennant who's moved to the front of it, Reggie Cook and Abel Hutton, with Oliver Bullock, Andrew McCrossan. Warning for the 7 of Abel Hutton. He's in this 5-kart train as they come through and up and over the timing line with 2.5 minutes to go. Fastest lap by McCarthy, 4/10 quicker than Daniel Ziad on that previous lap as we head into the 53s for the first time. So we're starting to head now a lot closer to what the slick runners would be doing. They're still 5 seconds or so off the slick pace, but they're still performing superbly. This battle down the back straight, Abel Hutton to the inside of Calais Tennant. That's Oliver Bullock trying to get through on Reggie Cook. All the way round the outside goes the 36 of Andrew McCrossan. He's going to try and send one back down the inside on Reggie Cook. Switch back incoming, I think, here from McCrossan. Superb as they go side by side up and over the timing line. McCrossan's through on Cook. He moves through, slots right in behind the 18 of Oliver Bullock, and McCrossan moves himself up into 8th place. 1.5 minutes on the clock. The top 3 as they were. Bicocci still in 4th place. Abel Hutton has moved away from Calais Tennant. Oliver Bullock, Andrew McCrossan and Reggie Cook, with Edward Charlton and Jacob McDonald, your final runners on track. Aston Wilson retiring on lap number 1 after a trip into the tyres and is currently parked up down near the marshal's post at hairpin number 3. Minute on the clock. They'll cross the timing line with 56 on the clock. They're lapping in about the 53s. Again, a fastest lap from Sebastian McCarthy. And again, 4/10 quicker than Daniel Ziad. Sebastian McCarthy, round hairpin number 1, potentially 1.5, maybe 2.5 laps from home, depending on the lap times. Still got 30 seconds on the clock. It's going to be very tight as to whether they see the last lap board. Next time round, as Charlton and McDonald have a great battle. They're going at it as they come over the timing line. To start their next lap, Burgoyne trying to go down the inside of Daniel Ziad. 12 on the clock in the commentary box, 10 on the timing, so it's going to be tight for McCarthy. Deep breath, no last lap board, 2 to go for Sebastian McCarthy then, as he ekes out the gap by another 0.4 of a second. 1.6 is the gap for McCarthy. Back to Ziad, who is under pressure from Tommy Burgoyne. Burgoyne is going to try and move down the inside of Daniel Ziad, side pod to side pod, on a number of occasions out of hairpin number 1. They're going to be side by side again down the back straight at hairpin number 2 towards South Bank. Looks like Ziad's trying to crowd Burgoyne. Burgoyne's having none of it. Down the inside they'll go. And Ziad will have the pace on the outside to sweep round the outside. Super driving from Daniel Ziad and Tommy Burgoyne. Out of hairpin number 4 will come your race leader, Sebastian McCarthy. On to the final lap. Gap will be out, I think, due to that battle between Ziad and Burgoyne to 2.2 seconds. I thought it was going to be over 2. Indeed it is. Sebastian McCarthy through the wiggles. Ziad with a big look over his shoulder back to Burgoyne. The battle that we saw in the middle of the race has sort of sorted itself out, but Andrew McCrossan is in front of Oliver Bullock and has moved himself up into 7th place. Wide he's gone, though, round the national loop. That's going to give Bullock a sniff, but McCrossan manages to get on the power and hold on to that 7th place. We're going to go back down towards our leaders at the far end of the circuit. Can Burgoyne do anything about Ziad? Hairpin 3 and 4, though, sees Sebastian McCarthy, who every time I've spoke to him has told me he can't drive in the wet. Absolute nonsense, young man. You're going to come through. And for the first time, Sebastian McCarthy wins a final at Teesside. McCarthy from Ziad and Burgoyne, your top 3. Then it's going to be Luca Bicocci coming through in 4th place. The battle still going on behind him between Hutton, Calais Tennant, Andrew McCrossan, who's celebrating his 7th already, in front of Oliver Bullock and Reggie Cook, with Edward Charlton and Jacob McDonald still battling down the far end of the circuit. They're still going at it for over 10th place. Looks like it's going to be Edward Charlton. Charlton comes through then to take 10th place in front of Jacob McDonald. Inters then making their way round. Hamish Gordon will start on pole position. Drew Davidson alongside him on the outside of the front row. Logan Jones and Aaron Rigg on row number 2 with Buddy Hugo, James Darling on row number 3. Max Hall starts alongside Noah Wicklow, who had that rear bumper detach in the previous race. Florence Walkington has missed the heat and doesn't appear to be out. I think counting-wise that could be 8 rather than 9 down the far end. R200 should see Tom Nichols on pole position from Albie Cam and Ronnie Harrer. So 2 racers for 1, 8 Intermax and 3 Honda R200s. So, Inter's coming through then, pace nice and slow, away we go! Max Hall straight down the middle. This is the line in 3rd place. So, it looks like we have Logan Jones leading us through. No, it's not. Hamish Gordon has wrestled the lead back. Good start in R200 from Ronnie Harrer. He's up into 2nd place down the inside of Albie Cam. Logan Jones then leads us down the back straight in R200 as Hamish Gordon and Drew Davidson come to an agreement that they're going to try and push each other down the back straight and try and close back in on Logan Jones. It looks like that's been largely successful. Keep an eye out, of course, for another Scotsman in Aaron Rigg, as we've got 2 drivers round further down the order. I'll keep an eye out on those. Albie Cam has moved through to the front, having dropped to last place in R200. It was the 55 and the 22 that came together, James Darling and Max Hall. Albie Cam, who has always been very good in the wet in the normal 200, is now leading the way in R200. So it looks like the skill is transferable. Noah Wicklow trying to find the way past Buddy Hugo. Does for briefly that at hairpin number 2, but Hugo comes straight back at him down the far end of the circuit. Moves back through into 5th place. For the lead in R's, it's Tom Nichols on the outside, having tried a little switchback with Albie Cam. Tried to squeeze him to the inside of the circuit. Cam has held firm and moves back into the lead. R200s, all 3 of them are nose to tail round hairpin 3 and out of hairpin number 4 at the moment with Cam Nichols. There they are coming up through the camera. We'll pick them up, and Ronnie Harrow's going to try and go all the way around the outside. Can't quite make that stick, and is that the gap now that Albie Cam needs to potentially move away from Tom Nichols? So Jones leads at the front of R2 of Intermax with a gap that continues to go out. It was 0.8 of a second on the previous. Hamish Gordon. Aaron Rigg now is down the inside of Drew Davidson. Davidson's going to come back at him, but I think Rigg's just going to have the opportunity, I think, to drive all the way around the outside, and indeed does. Then should have track position in front of Davidson over the timing line and moves up into 3rd place. Here we are then with R, with Albie Cam there in the black and gold, with Tom Nichols and Ronnie Harrer. Nichols, high, wide, and not at all handsome, out of hairpin number 4, and drops himself down into 3rd place, going out onto the concrete rumble strip. Needs to find a way past Ronnie Harrer sharpish, because at the moment Albie Cam is driving off into the distance. So top 4 in Inter, and then there's a big there's a train of 3 over 5th place with Buddy Hugo in there as well, Noah Wicklow and James Darling, just as we cut to it right on cue. And it's Darling who's the one who's worked his way back through. He had an opening lap excursion with the 22 of Max Hall, and now is starting to come back through again. Could he have had the pace to challenge at the front with this 4? had he not had that spin on lap number 1? Who knows? Something that we're not going to find out. Logan Jones, though, is 4 tenths quicker than anybody else down the back straight and has a gap of over a second now. 1.4 is the gap, Logan Jones to Hamish Gordon. Noah Wicklow down the inside of Buddy Hugo. Superb NASCAR-style slide job down the inside and just slides the 53 in front of the 111 to take 6th place away from Buddy Hugo. They're still going at it. They're hairpin number 2 there, and they are going to be side by side down the back straight again. Hugo on the inside, bit of contact with the side pod. Hugo with the arm up, not quite sure whether that's in protest or in apology, but round the outside goes Noah Wicklow, back up into 6th place for the 53 of Noah Wicklow. Four and a half minutes to go. Davidson with a personal best in 3rd place. But certainly at the front there, Hamish Gordon is just straight lining. He's just going into the corner, turn the cart, get on the power. Whereas Davidson's using a much more flowing line. And they're both really they're getting very similar sort of lap times between the two of them. Davidson was quicker on the previous lap, but isn't really making huge inroads unless it's on one corner and one corner alone to take time out of Hamish Gordon. I get the feeling it's there. Round hairpin 4 is the one where he is closing up to on the back, and he does take a 1/10 and a half out of Gordon. Everybody from 2nd down to 10th with a personal best, but we're still 4 seconds off the sort of slick times, and you can tell by the way that everybody's sort of going into the corners and varying lines. Aaron Rigg with a wide one and hooking it back in the number 24 machine. There's both Hugo and Wicklow are still arguing over that 6th place. It's Buddy Hugo back in front now. But personal bests down the order. The track dries ever so slightly, but not enough, I don't think, to see anybody on slick tyres, with the exception later on of Senior Pro Cart, and they don't have a choice in the matter. So Jones from Gordon, as Hamish Gordon sets the fastest lap of the race, 2 tenths faster than Logan Jones, but Logan Jones has got a gap of 2 seconds, and Hamish Gordon's going to need more than that lap on lap to reel in Logan Jones. So lapping in the 52s with 1 minute and 55 is the cut-off to define whether we've got 3 laps or 4. And it looks like it could well be 4 as Logan Jones comes out of hairpin number 4. Indeed it will be. Still 2 minutes on the clock, so he'll cross the line when we're down below the 1 minute mark at around about 15 seconds. So he will have an opportunity to try and eke out a little bit more of a gap. But it also gives Hamish Gordon an opportunity to close up, and particularly Drew Davidson, who on the last lap was 2 tenths faster than Hamish Gordon. But needs to find a way through. Logan Jones Again, the gap still 1.9 seconds. Could well be out beyond 2 seconds, and I think it will be. Could be 2.2, 2.3 as they cross the timing line. Drew Davidson closing up once again onto the back of Hamish Gordon, but closing up is one thing, finding a way past is another. Personal best from Aaron Rigg, another one from James Darling, who, as we mentioned, could have been challenging right at the front in that number 55 machine. Is currently sat 7 seconds off the lead, but on the opening lap lost around about 4 or 5 seconds, so there's no reason why he couldn't have been challenging for a podium at the front of this race. So just having a quick look, Jones there crossing the line with that 15 seconds to go or so on the clock. It's still very, very slippy into hairpin number 1. Drew Davidson taking that wider line once again that sees him fall off the back of Hamish Gordon lap on lap. And he sees Gordon taking that inside line and must be able to see that that's got to be the line, because if he can follow that, then he's going to have a run at him up towards South Bank and everywhere else on the track. He's faster than Hamish Gordon because he loses so much time out of hairpin 2. And then they come over the timing line at the start-finish, and he's right behind him once again. So on to the final lap. Logan Jones leads from Hamish Gordon, Andrew Davidson. Aaron Rigg, James Darling, Buddy Hugo, Noah Wicklow, who are still nose to tail and have been for pretty much the entirety of this race. In R200, the field has spread out after an early race battle. Albie Cam leads from Ronnie Harrer and Tom Nichols. Cam looking comfortable at the front as he sees the final lap board. Hairpin 3 and 4, though, we'll see the 173 of Logan Jones come out of hairpin 3 and hairpin 4. Jones will come through to take victory. Logan Jones wins here at round number 2 and the Teesside O-Plate from Hamish Gordon and Drew Davidson. Aaron Rigg, James Darling with the fastest lap on the final lap. And then it's going to be Buddy Hugo and Noah Wicklow, and it looks like Wicklow's got through on the final lap. Wicklow from Hugo for 6th and 7th, respectively. Max Hall. And then it's going to be our R200 Teesside O-Plate winner. Out of hairpin 4, power down for Albie Cam as he comes through to take victory. Cam with a commanding win from Ronnie Harrer, who finishes in 2nd place, and the 74 of Tom Nichols rounding out your inter-class grid. Three more finals then as we head towards our larger chassis. We start with junior Rotax, then senior Rotax, and then our junior and senior Pro Carts. Grid then for Junior Rotax. We'll see Thomas Harper on pole position. Jacob Carnes alongside him on the front row. Jake Grufferty and Alfie McBain, row 2. Alex Lynn, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on row 3. Heat 1 winner Amy Peacock starts in 7th alongside the 53 of Jake Anders, Samuel Yeadon and Hector Sudlowski. Complete your top 10 in front of Layla Berryman and Morgan Cooney in 11th and 12th. Jaden Stonehouse and Ryan White, 13th and 14th. Keep an eye out for White. He was very quick coming through the field from 20th to 7th in heat number 2. Joey Swan and Layla Bell will go off row number 8. Kian Hundle and Tom Marshall, Ava Reynolds and Nico Webers if he is out after some rib issues earlier on. So, looks like we have got Nico. Yes, we do, in the number 24 machine. And Ryan White out as well. The field is certainly not in the grid order they need to be. So, we need to get that backed up down at South Bank if we're going to get this going at the first time of asking. White was slow out of the dummy grid, and he's going to need to get himself into position on the outside of row number 7 alongside the 27 of Jaden Stonehouse. Unless he's making a decision to deliberately go off the back here, but field is slowing. He's going to try and get himself into position. I don't think he's going to be able to get there. And he will take up a position on the back row for Ryan White, unfortunately. So he's got a little bit more work to do. Should have started in 14th. Will effectively start in 21st place now for Ryan White. Power down. We're away and racing in Junior Max. Everybody tries to get to the inside. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, though, is going to try the curveball, and she'll try and go all the way around the outside. It has worked out for her. She'll slot into 3rd place, having started this race in P6. Thomas Harper will lead us through then. From Jake Grufferty, Stansmore-Wilson, Amy Peacock down the inside of Alex Lynn at hairpin number 2. Lynn will get on the power and drive away. Alfie McBain in 4th place. Looks like we've had a good start as well from Samuel Yeadon. He's moved up from P9. Looks like he's running in P7. As they tiptoe their way round hairpins 3 and 4. So, at the end of lap number 1, Thomas Harper brings us over the line. This is a waved yellow. It looks like Jake Anders is round at the far end of the circuit. Indeed it was. It's Harper from Grufferty, Stansmore-Wilson, Lynn, Peacock, with Alfie McBain, Samuel Yeadon, Morgan Cooney going well in the wet weather conditions with Layla Berryman. Then it's the 45 of Hector Sudlowski. Jaden Stonehouse, the 22 of Jacob Carnes, who started on the front row and is now down in 12th place after a tough opening lap. Tom Marshall going well, Nico Webers, both of those two up from the back row. Ryan White into P15, Reynolds, Bell, Swan and Anders after that spin. Looks like he's already made up a couple of places as Jake Anders. And the field in front, continuing to battle, will play into his hands at trying to get back through. He was in that titanic battle in heat number 1 of Junior Rotax, where we had 10 different carts battling out for the lead and about 15 different lead changes throughout the first race of the day in Junior Max. Harper down the back straight. Looks like he was adjusting his tie there, but I think it might have been the collar around his race suit just as he went out onto the back straight. Alex Lynn is on the back of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson as well. Going well. Amy Peacock up into 5th place, having started in 7th, but is falling away from the back of the quartet in front and is soon going to be coming under some pressure from Alfie McBain and Samuel Yeadon. Wouldn't discount Morgan Cooney either. He can find his way into that battle, and there's a gap back to Sadlowski, Layla Berryman and Jacob Carnes. Carnes with a nose down the inside of Berryman. Berryman slams it shut with interest. And at the front, it did look like Thomas Harper was pulling away slightly. It was 0.3 of a second and looked fairly equidistant for a couple of laps. But now Gruffity is coming right back into this. Personal best from Alex Lynn, faster than the leader. Not faster, though, however, than Gruffity, who is all over the back now of Thomas Harper. And Harper goes wide at hairpin number 1. Gets on the power and does manage to hold on to the thing as Layla Bell peels off in the number 33 machine into the pit lane. So Harper from Gruffity as Alex Lynn goes down the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. She'll stick it out round the outside of Alex Lynn. Lynn's going to try with the switchback and gets on the power. Lynn is through. Good move there from Alex Lynn up into third place. Changes further down as Amy Peacock has fallen behind Samuel Yeadon, Alfie McBain and Morgan Cooney. And looks like she could be going back even further. That's Hector Sadlowski down the inside. And Peacock, who went really well at the start of this race, has now been falling backwards. Whether that's a setup issue that they've gone with, whether they've gone either super wet or whether they've gone with a sort of semi-dry setup, who knows. But Amy Peacock struggling at the moment and falling back, and will probably drop behind Jacob Carnes in a corner or two as well, and indeed does. Harper started to open the gap up again. Puts in the fastest lap of the race with a 49.7. Still some 7 seconds or so for these junior Rotax carts away from what their slick time is. Will be interesting when we get to Pro Cart, because throughout the day seniors have gone off at the front, but then with a wet weather condition where they're not allowed the wet tyre and the juniors will often be put to the front because they are on the wet. That will give us a different dynamic altogether for that race as well. Seniors, they'll all be on wets in terms of Rotax. They'll be out in around about 8 minutes time. Thomas Harper continues to lead them from Jake Gruffity at the front as Yeadon being chased by Alfie McBain in the number 4. Morgan Cooney trying to get down the inside and use that rumble strip. Got squeezed to the inside and has Hector Sadlowski on the back of him now. Peacock's lost another place to Layla Berryman and falls outside the top 10. There is McBain in the number 4, going very, very wide, and that will potentially allow Morgan Cooney to do a little bit of a switchback. No, Cooney's going to stay on the outside and go round the outside as Alfie McBain. They'll be side by side. Cooney with the arm up, not 100% sure why, as he goes down the middle of the track and again takes his hand off the wheel halfway round, turning round South Bank. That's a brave boy. But moves through on Alfie McBain and up into 6th place for Morgan Cooney. And absolutely no reason why, even with the middle of an overtake, he can't catch Samuel Yeadon, because he was quicker than Yeadon. He was quicker than Stansmore-Wilson on that previous lap. And they're all on the wet tyre. So they're all in front. There's no reason why Morgan Cooney can't start making inroads, particularly into Samuel Yeadon. In front is Alfie McBain and Hector Sadlowski, side by side on the run out of hairpin number 2. Harper, Gruffity, Lynn, still your top 3. And Alex Lynn was set exactly the same lap time as Jake Gruffity on the previous lap. So was 7 tenths off Gruffity on the previous lap. It's half a tenth quicker this time round as Sadlowski and Carnes go side by side up towards the timing line. Alex Lynn, quicker than the 2 leaders, could really do with these 2 having a scrap around about now. 4 minutes to go Alex Lynn not entirely out of this one yet, but will require a little bit of outside assistance from the leading duo. So Alfie McBain and Sadlowski and Carnes all coming together and arguing over the same piece of tarmac at hairpin 2. That squabble still going on at South Bank. It's still going on at hairpin number 3 as well. So they head through. Sadlowski trying to move down the inside, and Alfie McBain will try and straight line it into 4. As we drop back slightly to see Ryan White going down the inside of Joey Swan. Nico Weber's there as well in the orange rain suit jacket. He's going to try and get down the inside of Joey Swan. Ava Reynolds in the 111 behind as well. Hasn't had a huge amount of track time today, unfortunately, for Ava Reynolds, with 1 or 2 problems in the 2 heats. There's Jake Anders coming through, up to 11th now after the opening lap spin sent him spiralling down to P19. 18 runners remaining. Layla Bell retiring the number 33 a few laps ago. There goes Ryan White down the inside of Tom Marshall, I believe, in the 65 machine. Fastest lap of the race by Alex Lynn. Slightly faster than Jake Grufferty, who put a personal best in to take 3/10 out of Thomas Harper with 2.5 minutes to go. In what is very challenging conditions, because the track is wet in places, drying in others. You can see them sliding there around the National Loop. There's still, we are still some 8 seconds away from the dry time, but there's no standing water. It's just driving on sheet ice for these drivers, and they're doing a great job of it. So that's Weber's and the 65 of Tom Marshall. Joey Swan trying to get himself involved as well in the number 95 machine, the all-black liveried 95 for Joey Swan. He slides down the inside. Swan, who's just come out of Intermax, and size-wise, you can definitely tell that he's fresh to junior racing. Warning for the 95 of Joey Swan. He's getting right into the spirit of junior racing by picking up a warning. Moves himself in front of Tom Marshall and up into 16th place. 1:16 on the clock. 3 laps to go. Thomas Harper, Jake Grufferty, and a closing, once again, Alex Lynn at the front of this race. Takes a 1/4 of a second out of Jake Grufferty and Thomas Harper, and they are going to battle because Harper parks the 156 on the inside and will do that once again into the right-hander of hairpin number 2 and parks it on the exit as well. Alex Lynn will be rubbing his hands together if he could afford to take the hands off the steering wheel. At these two squabbling at the front as he chips away lap on these two. There's going to be 2 laps at the end of this one. Harper doing a superb job of just parking the 156 on the exit of each corner to stop Jake Grufferty getting the drive. Has a quick look over his shoulder around the National Loop to see whether he needs to defend heavily into hairpin number 1. Parks it there on the inside. Lynn again taking nearly a 10th out of this duo in front of him. Harper getting on the power. Lap and a half away. Behind them, Stansmore, Wilson, Yeadon, Sadlowski, Cooney still in 7th place. Although was in 6th, and Sadlowski's found a way through. And he's nearly half a second quicker than everyone round him. On the previous lap was Nico Sadlowski. Carnes, McBain, Anders now back up inside the top 10. Great charge back through. On to the final lap then. Thomas Harper, 50 seconds from home, sets a personal best. But Alex Lynn, once again, with the fastest lap of the race. A 10th and a half quicker than those in front of him. Can he take advantage and stick it in between these two in front of him? Might have needed another lap unless these two come into harm. We certainly hope they don't. Onto the back straight they go. Harper looks left, looks right. But at the moment is looking towards the checkered flag, as long as he can keep that 156 facing in the right direction, or whether Gruffity can send a move down the inside at hairpin number 4, although Harper previously has had it scouted very, very nicely. Just puts the brakes on, stops him getting the run out. Thomas Harper comes through. Thomas Harper takes the victory from Jake Gruffity, and a hard-charging Alex Lynn for third place. Great drive by Lynn as he came through. Isabella Stansmore, Wilson Samuel, Yeadon Hector Sadlowski, Morgan Cooney, Jacob Carnes, Jake Anders, and Alfie McBain complete your top 10. A good recovery drive from Jake Anders, having started this race with a spin on the opening lap. He moves up into 9th place. McBain, Berryman, Peacock, White, Stonehouse, Webbers, with Joey Swan, Tom Marshall, Ava Reynolds, and Layla Bell retiring on lap number 4. So one retirement, but no recovery required as the kart took itself back into the pit lane, and by itself, I mean the capable hands of its driver. So senior Rotax will be next out then. It will be Joseph Yao on pole position, Maya Simpson alongside. Yao, having finished higher in heat number 1, will start from pole position there on the same amount of points. Elliot Dalton-Ayres and Oliver O'Donovan on row number 2. James Philip King and Oscar Waugh, row number 3. Holly Swan and Jensen Cook will go from row number 4. Alfie Slater, Paul Swan, row 5. Harry Hadley, Evelyn Bye, and Bailey Thompson are on row. Will be on row number 7. So field making their way round, and we'll just be feeling out where the grip is, or where the grip isn't, in fact, for our senior Rotax runners. Trying to get as much heat in the tyres, but also has to be mindful that they've got to last 12 minutes. So if the track does begin to dry, albeit at this time of year with very little sunshine and it being overcast, I think that might be an optimistic view of things, but still you don't want to go too high on tyre pressure. So we're slowing down once again to the what has now become a traditional senior Rotax walking pace. Almost going to get the pillow out then, but we are going to go racing as Maya Simpson goes all the way round the outside of Joseph Yao, who was fiddling around with his radiator flap as he came up and over the timing line at the start, and has dropped all the way back to 4th place. Great start as well for Oscar Waugh. He went off the outside, a few places behind Maya Simpson. Simpson will lead us through. We've got a driver spun round as well. That looks like it could be the number 18 of Jensen Cook on the opening lap, but Simpson leads then from Waugh, and what looks now to be Oliver O'Donovan coming through and up into 3rd place, having started P4, and Oscar Waugh takes the lead from Maya Simpson. So Waugh from Simpson, Oliver O'Donovan, Elliot Dalton-Ayres, Joseph Yao, James Philip King. That's your top 6. Gap back then to Alfie Slater, Harry Hadley, Paul Swan, Holly Swan, Evelyn Bye, Jensen Cook crossing the line now after that opening lap spin at hairpin number 1. And what we are seeing at the moment is effectively the home track advantage of Oscar Waugh, who hasn't been near the front throughout this race weekend on the slick tyre. But as soon as he's put the wet on, and the amount of wet laps Oscar will have done round this circuit is now sort of coming to the fore, and he is starting to move away from at the front of this race. Half a second quicker than anybody else on the previous lap, and his gap will be out, I think, to 1.5 seconds. He did a 48.4 on the previous lap. Elliot Daltonaire's up into second place, a 49.6, 1.2 seconds faster than anybody else on that previous lap was Oscar Waugh at the front. Has he gone too high on tyres, though? Will they fall off a cliff into this race? He's still got 10 minutes. Waugh tippy-toeing his way round hairpin number 2, and the gap doesn't appear to be extending too much. 1.5 seconds it was on the previous lap. It may be slightly bigger as he got on the power out of hairpin number 4. In fact, Elliot Daltonaire's takes a little bit out of Oscar Waugh. O'Donovan in third place. Yao, James Philip King, Maya Simpson falling down to P6. With Alfie Slater closing in on the back of Maya Simpson. Was 1.1 seconds faster on the previous lap was Alfie King. So is Alfie Slater. In the 49, Simpson with a 51. 49s are what those in front of Simpson are doing at the moment. So Slater will be pleased and can potentially get himself up into the battle in front of him. And that battle is the battle for the podium. Oscar Waugh comes through. I guarantee it's not 1.4 now. Indeed, it's not. 1.7 the gap. Oscar Waugh, having lost a little bit of time, puts it back in and extends it out to 1.7 seconds. 2.2 for then the gap back to Joseph Yao, who's half a second off the back of Elliot Daltonaire's, who goes wide trying to find some grip and almost had Joseph Yao sliding down the inside of him as they chop and change for second place. And Yao comes across on Elliot Daltonaire's. Daltonaire didn't really have to back out there. Yao had enough to come across in front of Elliot Daltonaire's. And now Elliot Daltonaire's is going to come back at him down the inside. That should give Oliver O'Donovan a run. Potentially James Philip King a run at Oliver O'Donovan as well. They'll be side by side, 2 by 2 on the exit. King's on the outside of O'Donovan. He has to back out up to the D chicane. Probably best given the tricky surface conditions that we've got at the front. Oscar Waugh, 2.5 seconds now for Oscar Waugh. With this battle for second place now being split as they go down the back straight. Oliver O'Donovan alongside James Philip King. And O'Donovan is through. They were all really close together and then just came out of hairpin number 2 and just split into 2. We've got Cart off on the outside at the moment. Pick a number out. Looks like it could well be Harry Hadley in the 52, but I'm going to confirm the number when it comes in. Indeed, it is Harry Hadley in the 52. His race comes to an end on the outside of hairpin number 1. He's just going to be helped over the barriers. Still got a waved yellow whilst the cart is recovered and the marshals continue to work to recover that number 52 machine to safety. And then I think when the field goes through, Hadley will be moved to the marshals post, and then we should be in a position there where we can go green again and safely resume racing at hairpin number 1. Indeed we do. Green flags and the yellow flag withdrawn. So in all of that, Oscar Waugh still leads. Joseph Yao is in second place with Elliot Daltonaire's in front of Oliver O'Donovan, who's managed to shake off James Philip King and sets a personal best some 0.6 of a second quicker than those behind him. Sorry, than those in front of him. So he's going to start chipping into Elliot Daltonaire's. See whether he's got close enough. He's still got half race distance, really, with 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap, taking it to around about 6.5 minutes. So it's 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And with Joseph Yao and Elliot Dalton-Ayres squabbling about at the front. In front of him, there's no reason why Oliver O'Donovan can't get himself in the mix for a podium here. James Philip King appears to have fallen away, and lap times wise is some 0.8 of a second off those drivers that he went with at the early part of this race. Gap back then to Maya Simpson, but that's been reeled in by Evelyn Bye and by Paul Swan, although Swan appeared to bog down fairly heavily coming out of hairpin number 1, as he was right behind the 43 of Evelyn Bye. Battle for second place is hotting up there as Elliot Dalton-Ayres slides his way past Joseph Yao for second place. And that has invited Oliver O'Donovan right back into the mix. And there goes O'Donovan down the inside of Joseph Yao. A superb block pass by the 64. He gets the power down. 3 minutes and 45 on the clock. War continuing to open up even more of a gap. 0.3 quicker, the gap out to 3.4. Elliot Dalton-Ayres and Oliver O'Donovan now appear to be clear somewhat at the moment of Joseph Yao, who just needs to stick in this and just wait for these two to have a battle. And Oliver O'Donovan with a great run out of hairpin number 2, trying to draw alongside Elliot Dalton-Ayres. Dalton-Ayres had it scouted. Quick look over the shoulder, just saw him then move to the inside to hold off the those behind him. Still 3 minutes to go as off peels the 18 of Jensen Cook. We've already had Alfie Slater and Harry Hadley retire from this race, so we're down to single-digit numbers, 9 remaining runners in the senior Rotax. Elliot Dalton-Ayres being pursued for second place by Oliver O'Donovan. O'Donovan's going to try the move round the outside. I think Dalton-Ayres has got that switchback scouted now that Oliver O'Donovan tried on the previous lap. O'Donovan's going to try the move down at South Bank though, and through he goes down the inside into the right-hand loop. Oliver O'Donovan through into the second place now. He put all his emphasis on holding off Oliver O'Donovan at hairpin number 2, where, to be fair, O'Donovan has been very, very strong throughout this race. O'Donovan there pulling a bit more of a gap to Elliot Dalton-Ayres, who just seemed to jack the cart into hairpin number 1 and just found that maybe there was a little bit too much grip now. And the track's certainly drying in places and is pretty much dry round the certain line, but then when you go down towards South Bank, hairpin 3 and 4 is still very, very slippy with the carts washing out. And then up and over the timing line, and then pretty much you get to the northern half of the circuit, and where it's very much a single line, and that single line is becoming rather dry now. Be interesting how it works out for Pro Cart, with most of the juniors, I imagine, opting for the wet tyre, the seniors on the slick, and whether the seniors are faster through sector 1 and then lose it in sector 2, and whether there's a crossover phase throughout the race where the slick tyre becomes faster than the wet tyre. We shall see. 2.4 seconds the gap at the front. Oliver O'Donovan closing in on Oscar Waugh. Waugh with 2 laps to go. Looks like he might have just enough here. Has he eased off to take it steady, or is he giving everything that the tyres are giving him? And Oliver O'Donovan is coming good towards the end of the race. O'Donovan was half a second faster on the previous lap, but the gap is 1.9. So unless Oscar Waugh has a problem, it looks like he's going to be taking the victory. Unless O'Donovan can find something. Waugh sliding round. Gap was 1.9. It looks to be considerably closer, but not close enough that I think Oliver O'Donovan's going to be able to take advantage. I think it's going to be down to sub 1.5. It is, it's 1.3, but still not enough for Oliver O'Donovan to close up. Down the back straight they go. It's been a solid race from start to finish, really, for Oscar Waugh. Moved into the lead in the early part of this race. Has got 3 corners. South Bank negotiated. Hairpin 3 and 4, and then the flat-out blast through the dogleg and up towards the timing line. Oscar Waugh from 6th place will win in senior Rotax from Oliver O'Donovan and Elliot Dalton-Ayres. There's your top 3. Joseph Yao finishes in front of James Philip King in the number 21. Evelyn By, Paul Swan. And then it's going to be Maya Simpson and Holly Swan completing your grid in senior Rotax. Through they come. That's your 9. We had Jensen Cook as well, who retired with a few laps to go. Alfie Slater and Harry Hadley, 11th and 12th. Didn't see the checkered flag either. Hadley's cart will be recovered from the centre green in a few moments' time. So Harry Hadley's cart returned back into the pit lane. Right rear tyre missing, unfortunately. That was the cause of retirement for Hadley. We move then to our final race of the day, the final race of Teesside Winter Series round number 2 here for the O-Plate. It's time for Senior and Junior Pro Cart. Juniors move to the front on the wet tyre. We'll see Joshua Sullivan lead us out the gate from Reece Cranston, Ted Hall and Harry Pennington on row 2, Elvis Hartley and Isaac Welburn row 3, with Grace Matthews and Adam Roberts on row 4. Nicole Allardyce and Dylan Slacker on row 5 in front of Isabella McRae and Edward Rye. Daniel Camp completing your Junior Pro Cart. Into seniors, Connor Lucas leads us out, having won both heats so far today. He's got Max Shields alongside him on the front row for senior. Curtis Yule and Danny Beam with Ike Needham and Zach Dawson in front of Bradley Rowe and Rossi Costello on row number 8. Liam Edmonds and Lewis Jolly on row number 5. So Rowe and Costello on row 4, sorry. Then it's going to be Lewis Blench and Tom Woolley, Ethan Taylor and Gavin Pike in front of Olivia Hall and Matthew Houshby, with Rodney Taylor, Isaac Duff, Mark Hilditch and Darcy Hall completing your 20 seniors. So it's time for Pro Kart. Should be 12 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. Juniors getting themselves into position up towards the timing line. Power down and we are away and racing. At the first time of asking, is anybody going to try and go all the way around the outside on lap number 1? Cranston's gone wide. Who's that? They're 3 wide in the middle of the pack. Hartley comes through down the middle. So it's Elvis Hartley with a great start up into second place. Sullivan leads with Ted Hall in third place, Reece Cranston, then the 22 of Harry Pennington and Isaac Welburn. In front of Edward Rye, who's starting to come through the field, having started on the back row. Seniors are away and racing. They're 3 wide. We've got 5 and 6 round in the middle of the pack. Lucas leads from Shields, Bean, Yule and Needham, with Dawson being levered wide slightly by Rossi Costello. Good move, though, by Costello. They're still side by side. Looks like it was Bradley Rowe, Tom Woolley, with a few of the drivers round in the middle of the pack, although there was 6 of them and I was never going to pick them all out. Sullivan then leads us over the timing line from Hartley and Teddy Hall as they're all side by side. Reece Cranston in 4th place, Pennington, Welburn, Rye up into 7th place overall, having started down in 14th. Contact warning for the 43 of Connor Lucas when they'll come through this time, and he's got a lead in seniors of about 1 million miles in the grand scheme of things back to Maximus Shields. Ted Hall is up into 2nd place in front of Elvis Hartley and is all over the back already of the 13 of Joshua Sullivan. So they run up towards the left-hander of hairpin number 4. So Sullivan from Hall, Hartley, Cranston, Pennington, Rye and Welburn are still in 6th and 7th. Rye's found a way through on that previous lap. Seniors still see Connor Lucas with an ever-extending gap as Maximus Shields is coming under pressure from Curtis Yule. So Shields in 2nd in senior from Yule, Needham. Then it's Danny Bean. They're all going very wide because they're on slicks and that's where the grip is. Bean in front of Costello, Dawson, Edmonds, Lewis Jolly, Gavin Pike, Lewis Blench, Matthew Houshby, Olivia Hall. That's your seniors from 14th in overall down to 26th. Sullivan and Teddy Hall, Olivia's younger brother, pulling away at the front of the juniors at the moment. Behind Olivia Hall, Darcy Hall, Rodney Taylor, Bradley Rowe, Ethan Taylor, Tom Woolley, Isaac Duff, Mark Hilditch. Your runners that could have potentially been involved in that opening lap skirmish. I certainly know that Bradley Rowe was. Connor Lucas at the front is gapping this field for fun at the moment. In the seniors, juniors are still very tight between the top 2. Ike Needham trying to get a good run, I think, down the inside there of Danny Bean, and couldn't quite get that done. There we are on camera now, picking up this battle for 2nd place. As wide goes Danny Bean, and then wide again at hairpin number 2, sees Ike Needham cut back down the inside. Juniors are now going to start catching the seniors at a fair rate of knots because of the difference in tyres. Juniors are doing 53s. Connor Lucas at the front is doing 54s, but that's your front to your front. And this is your front runners in juniors trying to make their way through now. The back runners in seniors. We'll keep an eye out on them as Danny Bean closes the door on Ike Needham. Make their way through. So yeah, juniors now are starting to come through some of our senior runners that are battling for position on track as well. So they're in their own race on slicks as the juniors start working their way through the senior runners towards the tail end. Looking down, there's some 4 or 5 seconds a lap difference between the juniors on wets and the tail end of the senior grid on the slick tyre. So the juniors starting to make their way through, and it's whether they can use it as an advantage to build a buffer or whether the driver behind can take advantage to make their way through. At the front, I've almost forgotten, senior, that Connor Lucas is in this race. Curtis Yule up into second in front of Maximus Shields. But Connor Lucas has got a gap back to Shields of nearly, to Yule of nearly 6.5 seconds. So, Lucas mastering these tricky conditions on a circuit that continues to dry. Still 6.5 minutes to go. As we mentioned, the juniors making their way through, and you'll catch the leading juniors in a minute as they make their way through the traffic. And indeed they do now. That's Sullivan and Hall in the orange and then in the sort of dark red and white machine in first and second in the juniors. Warning for Rossi Costello, currently running in P20 overall, but is inside the top 10 of the seniors. Ted Hall is right up onto the back of Joshua Sullivan as they make their way through and benefit from the traffic. As wide goes Isaac Duff over the rumble strips just in front of them and then finds the grip on the outside. Sullivan and Hall nose to tail, leading the juniors as they make their way through the traffic in front of them. It looks like Hall's cart is coming good in the second part of this race, and he's making a move down the inside. Is he on Joshua Sullivan for the lead? Indeed he is. Teddy Hall in the 95 leads overall down the far end of the circuit. We'll pick them up. There he is. In front now of the orange and white number 13 machine. So Hall leads. Sullivan, it's going to be Hartley still under pressure in third place in junior from Rhys Cranston. Harry Pennington is in fifth place in front of Edward Rye. So that's Isaac Duff trying to find his way down the inside of the number 51 of Gavin Pike. As Pike gets a little bit oversteery. Will Duff drive round the outside? Yes, he does. Connor Lucas still leading senior by the length of the start-finish straight. Basically hairpin 4 to the national loop for Connor Lucas. Juniors still weaving their way through traffic. Hall is extending the gap at the front, and it's out to nearly 9/10 of a second for Ted Hall. Three and a half minutes or so plus 1 lap remaining at the front of this race for the juniors, who will be the ones that will set the times in terms of when this race comes to an end, because they were the ones that started it. Lucas crossing the line now. Shields is in that is back into second place by the look of things. Yes, he is. Curtis Yule is going at it with Ike Needham, Danny Bean and Zach Dawson. So Hall over the timing line now in the lead of the juniors, has opened the gap up to 1.4 seconds and just seems to be going faster and faster and faster at the moment at the front of this race. That cart has come very, very good in the middle part of this race and is moving away at the front overall, but has a lot of traffic in front of him at the moment, from Max Shields in second place all the way down to Lewis Jolly, who is in around about 10th place in that class and will start making his way through that traffic. Oh, and contact as he goes into the back and spins round the number 76 machine of Mark Hilditch in the D chicane. The gap was 1.5 seconds. That may well have closed it up ever so slightly, but there's still traffic in front of him to contend with as they go down the back straight. Just needs to stay out of trouble and not pick up the contact warning that he just has done. Needs to be clean, needs to be tidy, because he's got a bit of a gap to those in front. So making his way through. Here's Teddy Hall coming down the inside there of Zach Dawson. So Hall leading overall. That time is with 1 minute and 14 on the clock. And he's got two seniors between him and his nearest junior rival at the moment, the 13 of Sullivan, who's struggling to get through the traffic at the moment. He slides it down the inside, but has now got half the length of the back straight as Hall is going down the inside of some of the others at South Bank, and Hall is going to come through and at the moment is on target to lap all the way up to second place effectively there, Ted Hall, and that's Max Shields in front of him, and Shields just waves him through. So Ted Hall leading us through with 4 senior carts now in between himself and Sullivan. That's 3 as Sullivan goes round the outside of the 78 machine of Rodney Taylor. Hall should have enough here with a lap and a half to go. 3 wide over the timing line between Duff and Hauschby and one other. Could well be Lewis Blench in the number 50. So keeping an eye out down the far end of the circuit for your overall race leader, Ted Hall. Last lap board will greet Ted Hall in the number 95. Has a gap of 3.1 seconds. He's found his way through the traffic. He's threaded the needle with perfection. There's Ted Hall, and at the moment he's got a very, very comfortable gap at the front. Hall leads from Sullivan. Cranston is now back up into 3rd place, which was held by Hartley early doors. Lucas leads the seniors by a long, long way at the moment. Hairpin 3, though, sees Ted Hall in drizzly conditions once again. Out of hairpin number 4, Ted Hall. He's no longer a star of the future. He's a star of now. Ted Hall takes victory in Junior Pro Cart from Joshua Sullivan. Max Shields will finish in 2nd place in the seniors because he's already been lapped by Ted Hall. Sullivan. Cranston in 3rd place in the junior class. In front of Elvis Hartley, Edward Ryan, Harry Pennington. Nicole Allardyce crosses the line in P7 in juniors. In front of Grace Matthews, Daniel Camp and Isabella McRae will be through shortly in the number 88. Keep an eye out, though, for Connor Lucas. He's coming round on what is now going to be a victory lap because he's the only senior that hasn't been lapped by our juniors. And he will come through out of hairpin number 4, crosses the line. Connor Lucas wins the O-Plate here at Teesside in the number 43 in the seniors. Lucas from Shields and Needham, your top 3 in seniors. Hall, Sullivan and Cranston, your winners in juniors. And Ted Hall, unbelievably happy with that, and rightly so. A superb day's racing once again here at Teesside for our annual O-Plate meeting. Hall, Sullivan and Cranston, Lucas, Shields and Needham, your top 3 in each of our Pro Cart classes in what was a very tricky day in terms of weather conditions at the end. Superb day's racing, superb race throughout that one by the 95 of Ted Hall. What a drive to end a superb day's racing here at Teesside. Remember, 2 more rounds of this winter series see us go to Three Sisters and GYG the week prior to our annual awards presentation at the end of February. Then we'll be back here for the 2026 Teesside Sprint season, and also quite excitingly 4 24-hour races over the Teesside platform as we head to Campillos, Le Mans, Teesside here on the full international layout, and to Spa-Francorchamps as well. It's going to be a superb 2026. Thank you very much for joining myself in 2025. Usually I've got Tom with me, but not today. We'll hopefully be back in 2026, and we look forward to welcoming you all. Until then, have a great rest of your Monday, not Sunday, and have a fantastic new year. We'll see you in 2026.